The Orioles are on Masson on a hot Friday night in downtown Baltimore. The Orioles welcome in the Oakland Athletics. It is game one in this three-game weekend series. And hi, everybody. I'm Jim Hunter. Thanks for joining us. Now, be honest with me. When the Orioles schedule came out, how many of you circled this weekend series as a key series, not only against Oakland, but with two teams in the playoff race that need wins desperately? That's exactly what we have this weekend. The Orioles have been in the race for a while, and the Athletics, surprisingly, have catapulted not into the race. They are ahead of the Orioles. As play begins tonight, the Angels and the Athletics holding down the top two spots in the wild card race. Tigers are a half back, and there are the Orioles just a game and a half back. So these three games this weekend are critical for positioning in that wild card race. And Mike Bordick, who would have thought that when the season began, the Orioles in it this deep into the season, and Oakland comes in not only in the race, but the hottest team in baseball?
Well, both teams, I think, have been surprises this year, but the Oakland Athletics have done it with pitching. Their starting pitchers and their bullpen have been outstanding as of late. Much the same as the Orioles started the year. Great starting pitching. It got them in the hunt. They were in first place, and now here we are, the end of July. Both teams still in the hunt, but the Oakland A's are hot. Their offense is clicking a little bit, and their starting pitching has been doing a great job for them.
All right, well, how do you get in the race? Here are the numbers. Look at the month of July. The Athletics are an incredible 16-3 in the month. Orioles have gone 10-12. They picked up key wins to remain in the race, but the Athletics back in it. Look at the team pitching Mike talked about. They have out-hit the Orioles. They have outscored the Orioles, averaging 4.8 runs per game. But, Mike, it's all about that pitching. Their starters are the best in the league. They give their team a chance to win each night by going to the mound.
Every night. The Orioles have given themselves a chance to win every night here as of late as well, going possibly their 10th quality start tonight. But the key for the Oakland A's has been the pitching all along. Their offense, a little bit suspect, although they do run a little bit, and they have some guys that have some power. Of course, Cespedes is a great young rookie, and Reddick is doing a super job out there in the outfield for the A's, but their pitching has been the key. And certainly you watch the Orioles, the success of the Orioles really stems from their pitching. Their bullpen has been so hot in the first half of the season. That's why they are in the position they're in as well.
Now, this is only the second series between these two teams on the year, and the first was all the way back the final weekend of April. Orioles did take 2 out of 3 in that series, and they did it the hard way. They lost the opener and won the next 2, but you see a difference there. In particular, Mike, look at the starters ERA by the Orioles in that series.
Yeah, well, they pitched great, didn't they? I mean, the starters are what won the first half, really, for the Orioles. And you look at the way the A's starting pitching and their bullpen really struggled early on. Well, roles are kind of reversed right now, although the Orioles have gotten starting pitching and their bullpen is much rested after so many quality starts. But, once again, I mean, you live and die by pitching. A's are winning. It's because of their pitching. Orioles, rough month because their pitching's been a little bit inconsistent, but they're picking it up a little bit. So, this should be a great series. And like you had mentioned earlier, I mean, this is what it all comes down to. It's meaningful games here, the end of July, beginning of August. Every game matters from here on out.
And how do the players react to that when they realize next week the calendar turns to August? Oh, my goodness, we're in a race.
Yeah, here you are, right? You're in the dog days, and both teams are in the playoff hunt. So it's a push, and you can tell, you can feel the energy and the electricity now that here we are getting into August, and you're starting to look at the scoreboard. Pay attention a little bit more. Every game truly does matter.
Well, it is a big weekend series, the final weekend in July. It's the opener of a 3-game series against the Oakland Athletics. Hey, it's a Mike Bordick caricature. Lineups and first pitch are next. Baseball on Masson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. And by Jeep. Jeep and the unique brand of freedom you'll find only in the full line of Jeep vehicles. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. Well, time now for our Train Game Time temperature. Brought to you by Train. Visit Train.com for an independent Train comfort specialist dealer near you. It's hard to stop a train. 92 degrees, just a slight breeze, and that humidity still up there at 49%. That heat index under mostly cloudy skies, 95 degrees. Mike Bordick talked about the importance of pitching. What helps pitching? How about good defense? Yesterday in the game, even though the Orioles did make 2 errors, they turned 4 double plays, backing the pitching of Chris Tillman. It ties a season high with those 4 double plays, so encourage the pitchers to put those balls in play, and you can get 2 for 1. And nicely turned there by Reynolds and Hardy the hard way, going 3-6-3. The strikeout throwout double play ending an inning. Tillman, 3 double plays when he was in the game. All 3 of those were huge, and him picking up his back-to-back win and his 3rd win on the year. So the Orioles getting it done with the double play. Let's get a look at the Dodge starting lineup for the Athletics. See your authorized Dodge dealer and experience a world of performance, design, and fuel efficiency. Schedule a test drive or go to Dodge.com and check out our powerful lineup. Coco Crisp, Johnny Gomes, and Josh Reddick with Yoenis Cespedes in the cleanup spot. The young Cuban player, 301, 13 home runs, and 50 RBIs. Chris Carter at first, Brandon Inge, the veteran, at third, then Derek Norris, Brandon Hicks, and Jemile Weeks, the second baseman, will bat ninth.
And here's a look at the scouting report tonight on Zach Britton. Let that fastball work in his last outing against Cleveland. Did a nice job keeping that fastball down in the zone, producing a lot of ground balls. Ended up getting 5 strikeouts as well. So let that baby do its thing. 94 with some sink and control the running game. The A's 3rd in the league in running. Crisp with 20 stolen bags. Weeks at the bottom of that lineup with 13. Reddick and Cespedes with 8 each. So with Wieters out of the lineup tonight, look for the A's to take advantage and maybe run those bases and start the series right. Hey, great start yesterday by Tillman. Get a little momentum going for the O's. Zach Britton looking to back up his performance. Nice quality start in his last outing, and this is a big series for the O's.
Well, Zach looking for his 2nd win on the year. Here is Coco Crisp, the switch hitter, and he takes low and away, and it's 1-0. And we are underway at Camden Yards. Coco re-signed with the Athletics and thought he was going to play center field every day, and then they signed Cespedes and said, hey, Coco, by the way, he's going to play center field. You're going to play left, as he fouls it off. But then Cespedes got hurt. He went on the DL. Coco went to center field. And Bob Melvin likes the dynamic now. So the left fielder is Cespedes, and Coco's in center field and providing that speed in the leadoff spot.
And Coco, no stranger to center field. And there's the manager right there. As he tweaks the lineup, he's done a lot of different things with this young ball club.
Slice foul the other way. Britton gets ahead. 1 ball and 2 strikes. For Zach, just his 3rd start this year in his career. This is his 31st start. And when you look at the walks to strikeouts, he's averaging just under 6 walks a game, and or strikeouts a game, and he's averaging just under 4 walks per game. So he'd like to decrease those walks. Here's the 1-2 poke foul as Chris protects the outside corner.
Yeah, nice look at that sinker, that 2-seam fastball sinking away out of the zone. Chris lucky to get his bat on it.
Coco on a season-high 8-game hitting streak. The Athletics are 13th in the 14-team American League in team batting at just .229. Crisp goes down on strikes. Teagarden will have to make the play at first, and he does, and 1 away. And a strikeout to begin the game.
A good-looking pitch. If Zach Britton has this slider working tonight, it's going to be a nice night for him. His slider wasn't as effective in Cleveland, but he did have his changeup working. So if he can have all 3 pitches on his side, and that's a good start for him right there. The strikeout and the slider down and in.
His numbers against the Athletics, you see 1-1 in 2 starts. He is 3-1 in his career against the AL West. And again, one of those trends that follow a player that you really have no idea why that is. It's matchups. It's when you play teams. Here's Johnny Gomes, who takes outside 1-0. Johnny Gomes, another of the veterans on this team. Oriole fans remember Johnny Gomes when he played in Tampa. And it's over but low and 2-0. Zach Britton, 24 years old, trying to get the Orioles back-to-back wins after winning the finale against Tampa Bay yesterday in a day game. Here's the 2-0. Check swing. It's outside. They appeal to first. And no swing, says Marvin Hudson. So a 3-ball count, 3-0 on Gomes. This Oakland team is on an incredible tear. Chris Tillman got the win yesterday, so he doesn't have to face this team that is red hot. 3-0 is right there for a strike at the knees, and 3-1. Bob Melvin's team has won 11 of 13. They're 10-2 since the All-Star break, and if you go back to June the 2nd, 31-15. This is not a fluke. That's a long time to be playing that well. 3-1, check swing, and it's a called strike. 3-2.
You know, the pitching has kind of led the way for them, but recently, since the All-Star break, their offense has really stepped it up, starting to hit the ball more consistently, getting on base. Actually, their offense, though, as a whole throughout the year is like one of the worst in the American League. I think only behind Seattle, but recently it has picked up.
Close pitch inside. Gomes gets the call, and he'll take the one-out walk down to first.
Look at the Orioles defense tonight. Chris Davis over in left field, Adam Jones in center, Markakis in right field, Wilson Betemit over at third, Hardy at short, Quintanilla playing second, Mark Reynolds at first, and Taylor Teagarden gets the start behind the plate because Matt Wieder's bicep a little bit sore today. Said he could play if needed, but Buck Showalter decided good day to give him a rest.
Here's Josh Reddick, who will take low. Reddick is the only left-handed batter in the lineup for Oakland today. He's their number 3 hitter. He plays every day. Crisp, the leadoff hitter, and Jamal Weeks, the number 9 batter, are switch hitters batting from the right side against Britton. And there's a strike taken, 1-1. And that's really just a strategy that some managers use. You have your regulars that play every day, so regardless of the pitcher, they're going to be in there. But, Mike, when you look at the career splits on Britton, there's not much difference, left-hander versus right-hander. He's all about the ground ball.
That's right. Let that fastball work, keep it down in the zone, get the ground ball, lefty or righty. That's the way he's going to be successful.
Big bouncer fair down the line. It bounced right over Reynolds' head and heads to the corner. Gomes is heading to third. He'll be sent by Mike Gallego. Here's Quintanilla. The throw to the plate. He is safe at the plate as he slides past Teagarden, and Reddick ends up at third. A bad bounce base hit has given Oakland a 1-0 lead.
Well, J.J. Reddick loves hitting at Camden Yards at a 429 clip right now in his career. This one he chops into the ground. Nice pitch. But Zach Britton doesn't get a good break there. It just stays fair right on the line. Pretty good relay right there by Markakis and Quintanilla. Ended up being closer than I thought at the plate. Slides in safely right there. Good hustle by Gomes.
So one down, the runner at third. And Britton will have to work now with the infield drawn in against Yoenis Cespedes. Here's Cespedes, the numbers at 301 on the year, 13 home runs and 50 RBIs. And the fastball just misses inside, 1-0. And Britton allowing first inning runs, Mike. This is not new.
No, he's done. I mean, a career ERA of 7.33. You see that? If he can get by this first inning, then he settles down. Really, has command of his stuff. I think it's just the jitters of the first inning, a lot of energy, a lot of emotion, and just being able to harness that. Pretty good pitch right there. You know how good a pitch was when you see how bad the swing was.
That didn't even classify as a wave.
No. More like an oops.
Reddick at third, an RBI triple, and the one-out walk is scored. So Britton in minimizing the damage mode here in the first. 1-1 is in the dirt, knocked down by Teagarden. It gets past him, and here comes Reddick. So the Athletics with a 2 spot in the first as Reddick scores, and a quick 2-0 lead.
No, he just spikes this pitch here right out in front of the plate. Teagarden gets down there. It looks like it kicks a little bit to the right off his knee, up over the shoulder. Yeah, right off his thigh. It
has been ruled a wild pitch, the first on the year for Britton. Reddick scores. And it's 2-0 Oakland. Well, the base is empty now with one down. Swing and a foul at the plate. Jim Thome with Buck Showalter on the bench. Jim will bat third in the bottom of the first. Already has his bat in the hand.
Oh yeah, he's probably been in the cage getting loose. Then he'll walk back out and he'll talk to some young players. J.J. Hardy told me the other day, he said he just never stops moving. He's always walking around talking to people, sharing his insight.
Well, full count on Cespedes. The Athletics very patient here in the first inning. Gomes drew the walk on a 3-2 pitch. And another hit towards the middle, and a base hit past the dive of Quintanilla. Cespedes is on some back-to-back hits as the Athletics continue to get deep in counts and get a pitch to hit.
Well, here's a look at it. Down and away. He just drives it right back up the middle. Doesn't try to do too much. Britton's spot, especially at a righties, lets that sinker go down in that spot. He got a nice chase earlier in the bat, but Cespedes ready for that pitch.
Well, Britton now will face his fifth batter here in the first. It is first baseman Chris Carter. High fly ball to left, and he got a lot of it. Way back it goes, and that ball is gone. Chris Carter guessing, he got it, didn't miss it. And the two-run shot has given Oakland a 4-0 lead here in the first. For Carter, his 7th home run. He was called up to the Athletics on June the 29th.
Well, pitch middle in, I mean off the plate in, and he just gator arms that. You see his pulls his hands right inside, keeps them tight to his body, squares it up and generates a lot of power right there, keeping his hands close. And when you square it up, fastball 90 plus, it's going to go a long ways, and that one did.
And our Nissan pitch tracks go to Nissan for the biggest savings under the sun. It's Nissan Summer Saving Days. Visit ChooseNissan.com or your local Nissan dealer. Brandon Inge took a strike, swings through it. He's down 0-2. Brandon Inge really has been a valuable addition to the Athletics. The Tigers released him, and as soon as he became a free agent, he signed with Oakland on April the 30th. And what he brings to the Athletics is he knows what it takes to win because he's been on winners in Detroit.
He has, and he's a veteran. The Oakland A's have a lot of young players, and just to watch him, he's been a great pro his whole career. How he goes about his work ethic on a daily basis. Pretty good find right there for the A's to get Inge over.
Brings a 6-game hitting streak into the game. Britton still trying to get that elusive second out in the inning. And with a 6-game hitting streak, he has 1 hit in each of the last 6 games. And Britton misses low, 2-2. Well, the Orioles have not even been to bat yet, and they're down 4-0. Strike 3 called. Inge fooled by the pitch. Not sure what he was looking for, but Britton got it right in there for a strikeout and 2 away.
Well, this fastball had some movement, came back over the plate. Didn't stay as straight as that pitch to Carter. Ran back over on that inside corner. Pretty good pitch.
Here's Derek Norris, the catcher. 206 on the year. The Athletics have been doing better as of late with scoring runs, but they are still last in the American League in runs scored.
You wouldn't know it by this inning and by what they've done after the All-Star break.
Well, they came in averaging 4 runs per game. They have 4 in this inning. How about that? Britton gets ahead of Norris 0-2. And you look at the hitters in this lineup: 6, 7, 8, 9, 202, 206, 163, and 216. Doesn't scare you.
No, it sure doesn't.
But yet, with the pitching they have, 4 runs is plenty more than they need to be in a game or win a game.
Well, we talk about the Orioles. We've talked about them all year, about close games.
Here's a bouncer to Hardy, deep on a hole of short. And he gets it across in time. You get the hustling Norris, and the inning finally ends. But the Athletics strike quickly. They get 4. We go to the bottom of the first. Oakland nothing. Here come the Birds. The big top of the first getting 4. Here come the Orioles in the bottom of the first. Southwest Airlines starting lineups for the Birds: Nick Markakis, J.J. Hardy, and Jim Thome, with Adam Jones in the cleanup spot. Adam now 23 home runs and a team high 53 RBIs. Chris Davis in left, Wilson Betemit at third, Mark Reynolds at first, Omar Quintanilla at second base, and Taylor Teagarden will catch and bat ninth as Matt Wieters sits out with a sore right bicep.
And there's a scouting report for Jared Parker, good rookie. I'll say he's a good rookie. He's one of 10 rookie pitchers the A's have used this year, but he is certainly establishing himself as the ace of this staff. 7-4 right now with a 3.0 earned run average. Really had a great outing, 8 innings pitched in his last start against the Yankees. But talked to Mike Gallego, the A's third base coach, earlier, and he said what separates this guy, he's fearless. He's young. He's only 23 years old, and he does not care who he goes up against. Establish his fastball, and then he goes right to that changeup. He said this changeup is his finished pitch on both lefties and righties, and it's one of the best in the game right now, hence his success this year.
Markakis first ball hitting, backhanded by Carter at first. He'll go to the bag unassisted, and Nick is down on 1 pitch and 1 down. So Markakis is retired by Parker. Let's get a look at our Inside the Numbers, brought to you by Kia Motors. To learn more, visit kia.com.
Yeah, take a look at Parker's pitch selection. Really only uses that curveball on the rare occasion, but the fastball slider change, primarily fastball slider to righties. Has success, but goes to that changeup when he's ahead, and fastball and change primarily to the lefties, and tries to finish him off with that change. It's a devastating pitch.
There are the splits, lefties, righties. Not much difference.
Both very low.
He's pretty stingy. There's the 0-1 down and away to Hardy.
Yeah, he keeps the ball down in the zone. He's aggressive with his fastball. Doesn't mind throwing it, but works the bottom of the zone, induces a lot of ground balls. Once you start getting on that heater, then he'll drop that changeup, and it's a lot of swing and misses and weak ground balls.
Well, this deep into the season, he's making his 17th start, and he's already fouls it straight down at the plate. He began the year in AAA and made 4 starts for Sacramento before coming up. And in his first start for the A's, he won that game April 25th. But if you look at his numbers, Mike, he's averaging just over 7 base hits per 9 innings. That's incredible this deep in the year.
It sure is. There's a look at pitching coach Kurt Young. He's had a lot of fun working with these younger pitchers this year. He's a very good left-handed pitcher himself in his day, but got real stingy, working the bottom of the zone, you know, command. has command of his pitches, even though he has at times walked 4-5 guys in a game.
High with a pitch that floated in towards Hardy. Ball 3.
I think that was actually his changeup right there.
Not a big guy. They say 6'1", doesn't even appear to be that tall. 195. And the 3-2 is fouled off. But you look at his season, and with any starter, you're looking for consistency. He won his only April start. He went 1-2 in May, but his ERA was 3.15, so very effective. In June, he went 3-1 with a 2.18 ERA. July, his ERA is 4.26, but he's 3-1. And Hardy fouls it in and out of the glove of Norris to stay alive.
Well, he's gone deep into ball games. You know, he isn't afraid to go 6-7 innings. As a matter of fact, 12 of his 16 starts this year, he's gone 6 innings plus. So he's giving himself a chance to win and his team a chance to win. And they have been coming up with some big hits lately. So, you know, I was talking about the end of that last inning, the close ball games, 1-run games. Well, the A's are no stranger to 1-run games.
Bouncer to Inge, and he gets it across to get Hardy. So Hardy battled, but he's down a 9-pitch out and 2 away.
And here's a look at the A's defense tonight. Cespedes over in left field, Coco Crisp in center, Reddick in right field, Inge playing third, Hicks at short, Weeks playing second, Carter at first, and Norris doing the catching tonight.
There's Jim Thome. Couple of home runs and 5 RBIs with the Orioles. And then he takes down and in 1-0. The 2 home runs with the Birds have come in the last 7 games. He homered back-to-back in the games in Cleveland last weekend. Parker misses low ball 2. Look at there on the bench, talking with Zach. (2-0) changeup, and he swings through it.
I don't know that Rick Adair's. I would guess that he's not talking primarily about mechanics with Zach Britton.
Carter plays the hop. He'll go to the bag unassisted. And how about that? Parker's team gives him a lead, and he has a 3-up, 3-down inning. We'll head to the second at Camden Yards. Parker in the Athletics with a 4-0 lead. Tonight's second inning is presented by Luna. Call for the Luna Double and get your second room of flooring free. Call 877-241-LUNA. The Jim Palmer sculpture in Legends Park. In our Twitter chatter, the Angels have just acquired Zach Greinke. Ken Rosenthal, FoxSports.com. Deal is done. Greinke goes to the Angels. As John, Paul, Morosi, and Rosenthal reporting, the deal apparently is for top infield prospect Jean Segura and 2 AA pitchers. So it is a 3-for-1. Greinke goes to the Angels, and there's a high fly ball off the bat of Brandon Hicks, and in the corner, that ball is gone. First pitch of the inning, Hicks hits it out, and it's a 5-0 Oakland lead.
Well, it looked like it was just going to be a high fly ball, but in this summer heat, it carries out. Once again, a fastball in, up and in. He was looking to turn early, and he did.
Here's Jamal Weeks, the number 9 batter. And he takes a strike.
Well, the Moneyball A's typically would take pitches and try to work the count, try to draw a walk, but a couple of the A's hitters are aggressive early on. Just have a good scouting report because both home runs on fastballs in the inner part of the plate.
Fly ball to left, slicing towards the foul line. Markakis, a long run, reaches up, and he gets there, makes the catch, and then disappears. Second base umpire Brian Runge right on top of it. Saw Markakis catch the ball and then disappear. Good hustle by Nick and one away.
Yeah, good hustle by Nick and Runge to get out there and see that.
That trade with the Angels and the Brewers, it's actually pronounced Gene Segura. He is their top infield prospect. He's played just one game with the Angels, and now he's on his way to Milwaukee. He's a second baseman out of the Dominican Republic. Coco Crisp struck out leading off the game. One is bounced to third. Quick hands by Britton. And he'll fire to first for the out and 2 down. So playing up close to protect the bunt. And Britton makes a nice play. The Maryland Lottery Strike It Rich contestant of the game is Susan Malloy of Westminster. Susan has already won $500. And for every strikeout the Orioles pitch during the game tonight, Susan wins $100 more from the Maryland Lottery. See how you can turn non-winning Strike It Rich scratch-offs into cash and enter to win great Orioles prizes at mdlottery.com/strikeitrich. Britton gets his second ground ball out, and here's Johnny Gomes. He takes a strike.
Well, I think Teagarden and Britton on the same page right now, understanding you have to make better quality pitches on that first pitch or they're going to drive the ball.
This ball's hit deep to left field. Will it stay fair? Down the line it goes, and that is a foul ball. Tim McClellan straddling the line and went to the left of the foul pole.
Well, another fastball in right there, and that one looked like it was off the plate as well. We'll take a look at it. Yeah, it might have been right on the inside corner, but some of these right-handed hitters taking pretty aggressive swings on that inside pitch. If I was Teagarden or even Zach, just might want to throw one in there maybe 6 or 8 inches off the plate. Keep him honest in there. Brush him back a little bit.
Misses low. 1-2 the count on Gomes. Now, Britton did not allow a home run in his first 2 starts. He's allowed 2 home runs here tonight. And the Athletics have a quick 5-0 lead on Buck Showalter's Birds. This ball's lifted foul, breaking ball that well out in front of the swing was Gomes. It took Britton 31 pitches to get through the first inning. And the 1-2 is fouled off. Now 1-2 is the count on Gomes. 2 outs and nobody out. A run in on the home run by Hicks on the first pitch of the inning. And it's outside 2-2. Well, the Orioles made another roster move before the game. Dana Evelyn, who was here yesterday just in case for Tillman, in case he had a short outing, designated for assignment. Miguel Sokolovic has been called back to the Orioles for a second time this year. He pitched very well for AAA Norfolk. This ball's lifted to left center field. That's going to be down for a base hit. Adam Jones trying to cut it off. He gets to it. Gomes with a big turnaround first and then stops. Good hustle by Adam Jones to keep that to a long single. So in the event, if Zach Britton has a short outing, Sokolovic likely will be the first to get loose.
Well, here's a look at that swing. Drives it in the gap, but Adam Jones hustles over there. Fields it more like a shortstop. Gomes making a nice aggressive turn. If he bobbles it at all, he's going to head into second base. Adam Jones stops him on a dime, though. If Adam Jones picks up a ball cleanly, not many guys are going to run on that arm. Very strong and accurate throwing arm.
Here's Josh Reddick. Inside 1-0. Curveball that didn't move. Reddick had a bad bounce triple. He couldn't have placed it better. Bounced over Reynolds' head, then rolled all the way down the line into the corner. And he drove in a run for the first run of the game. Oakland now with a 5-0 lead. Well, the highest career batting averages all time at Camden Yards. Josh Reddick second to Tadahito Iguchi. 429 here at Camden Yards. Former Red Sox player. That ball is ripped foul. Another hanger, but he was out in front.
Yeah, he talked about how comfortable he feels here, and he has ever since he was a rookie. He came in, had a big game, and just liked the surroundings. Of course, the warehouse out there just gave him a nice feeling, and boy, he's been successful in his career.
He hit 7 home runs for Boston last year. He already has 22 for the Athletics. Fly ball to left, playable for Chris Davis. He'll range to his left, and he has it for the out, and the inning ends. But the A's get another one. Leadoff home run by Brandon Hicks. Mid-second at Camden Yards. 5-0 Oakland. Cold one to look forward to Miller time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. On a hot Friday night at the ballpark, not a bad thing to do. Enjoy a Miller Lite. Oakland is enjoying a 5-0 lead. All behind Jared Parker, whose ERA is 3.0, 7th best in the American League. 14 pitches to get through that first inning. He'll go to work on Adam Jones. Jones, Davis, and Bettamy. First ball swinging, pop up, sounded like he broke his bat. There's the shortstop Hicks. And in each of the first 2 innings, the leadoff hitter, first ball swinging, made an out. So no one away here in the second. The O's and A's continue the series tomorrow, 7:05, and Sunday afternoon at 1:35. So gather up your family and friends and come on out and celebrate your summer weekend here at Camden Yards. For your tickets, 888-848-BIRD, or get online and visit Orioles.com. These are 3 very important games in the wild card race. Oakland striking early here for a 5-0 lead. And Chris Davis takes high 1-0. What a day Chris Davis had yesterday.
He did. He's been working on his swing, and yesterday it paid off. Get him back on track. He's been a little bit streaky this year. Orioles hoping that his bat is hot.
Well, it's hot there. That ball's going to go way back and gone. Davis gets the Orioles on the board. It's a 5-1 game. What a nice, easy stroke, and he let his strength do the rest.
He sure did. Boy, when he hits a home run, it looks so smooth and effortless.
That gets the crowd into the game for Chris. His 17th, so add 1 to the total he just saw, as he now has 12 home runs here at Camden Yards. That is only the 5th home run allowed by Jared Parker. And high and tight to Britton, who stares out at the mound.
And here's a look at that swing by Chris Davis. Fastball stays in the middle of the plate. And wow, Chris Davis does some damage on that. You know, he's been talking about the work he's been doing extra with Jim Presley, just backing the ball up and allows him to stay on the ball longer. Well, he was right on time with that one, even though he pulled it. Put his front shoulder in there, and that's an A swing by Chris Davis.
Britton swings through the changeup, 1-1. He was a little upset, it appeared, at that high and tight fastball, the first pitch. And he pulls it foul past Wayne Kirby.
Well, see, that's a situation there. I mean, I don't know if Parker meant to throw that ball up and in, but he stood back on the mound like there was a reason for it, and he backed it up with a nasty changeup down and away to get Britton to swing and miss.
1-2 is hit towards the middle, base hit to right center field. Britton gets on with a single on a 1-2 pitch. Well, the Oriole bats coming to life here in the second, a run in, and 1 on with 1 down. That's a good sign for Britton. He was just 1 for 11 with 7 strikeouts in the 3-game series against Tampa Bay, and it's only his 6th base hit in his last 10 games.
Well, we thought he was going to start heating up there in Cleveland, but just unable to get on there and be consistent. But that's a good way to start this series with a base hit up the middle.
Here's Mark Reynolds. First time tonight Parker goes to the stretch, and he deals high 1-0. Jared Parker, just 23. He was the first-round pick of Arizona in 2007. He's out of Ossian, Indiana. And he was traded this offseason in the trade in which Trevor Cahill and his salary went to the Diamondbacks. Here's the 1-0, bounce towards third, glove by Inge. He turns to second, Weeks back to first, off the bag is Carter, and he called him out. Oh, Marvin Hudson called him out. It looked like his foot was off the bag. Wow. The double play will end the inning. Buck Showalter out to argue as Reynolds is called out at first base. It did not appear to be even close at first base.
Here's a look at it. Inge makes a beautiful play down the line. Fires a seed there to Weeks. Weeks just tries to get it off. There's a look. Yeah, pretty close.
And the Orioles get a run on the Davis home run. We played 2. Oakland with a 5-1 lead. and let's take another look and a closer look, Mike, to see if the toe of Carter stayed on the bag. And from there, it appears that it did.
Yeah, it does look like he stayed on the bag. Here's a good look at it. Great camera work. Ball in the glove, toe still on the base. It's hard in full speed to say. It just looks like he came off the bag in full speed, but pretty good play right there by him to stay on there. And Buck ran out to argue that call because, I mean, you have to in those situations. You have to let him know, the umpire know that, hey, we're fighting to try to get back in this ball game. These kind of plays have to kind of go our way sometimes.
Line to left, right to Davis. 1 pitch, 1 down. Cespedes first ball swinging. That helps out Zach Britton, who needed 48 pitches to get through the first 2 innings. 1 down in the Oakland third. So now what Britton needs to do is put up a 0. Orioles got a run, a couple of base hits. He needs to get them back in it. Right.
You got on Parker a little bit that last inning. Kind of got him frustrated a little bit. Of course, the first baseman over there bails him out. Carter. Right here with that nice pick, but you know, the pressure was on him. He's getting a little bit rattled. That home run, he doesn't give up very many home runs. He's a young guy, 23 years old, so you see if you try to get under his skin, rattle him.
Two and on Carter, who homered his first at bat, his 7th. He has 7 home runs and 48 official at-bats. There's a number back towards the mound, fielded by Britton. Underhand toss and 2 down. Well, Oakland, we mentioned, tied for or last in the league in runs scored, but they've been winning since the All-Star break. These are the numbers coming into today's game, and they've added 2 more. So 24 home runs, the most in the American League since the break, most in the major leagues, in fact, and they've added 2 more to that total.
Yeah, well, they have been swinging it, and they've been able to put up some big numbers here. Just over their last series, they scored 16 runs against the Blue Jays. So, and we've seen what they're capable of doing here in the first inning, 4 runs. So they can hit the long ball. They just consistently this year haven't done it. But as of late, tell you what, if their offense stays hot and their starting pitching is there, they're going to be somebody to deal with down the stretch.
1-0 on Inge. And it's a little low outside. 2-0. Britton faced 7 batters in the first. He faced 5 batters in the second. And now he has 2 outs and nobody on in the third. Bounce towards the hole. Hardy deep short. Plants the long throw. The scoop by Reynolds on the back end. And the inning is over. And there's what Zach Britton needed. A 3-up, 3-down inning to get the Orioles back to back. Mid-third, 5-1 Oakland. Orioles baseball on MASN is brought to you by Verizon Fios. Introducing Verizon Fios Quantum Speed. Internet twice as fast as anything America has ever seen. Fans here at Oriole Park, big crowd on hand. It is fireworks night. It is a weekend in the summer, and the Orioles are battling Jared Parker and the Athletics for playoff positioning in that wild card race. Parker, 23 pitches to get through the first 2 innings. 15 of those pitches strikes. And there's the breakdown.
Yeah, very efficient, right? 74% fastballs. You're going to see him go to the off-speed stuff as the game progresses, but really trying to establish that fastball early and get to that changeup.
Omar Quintanilla will take a strike. Quintanilla, Teagarden, Markakis, 8-9-1. Omar is making his 5th consecutive start. He's got a 2-game hitting streak going. And inside, nearly hit him. Somehow able to jump out of the way. Now it's easy for me to say, come on, Omar, take one for the team, because I'm not getting plunked.
Yeah, you don't want to take a 93-mile-an-hour fastball in your foot.
Ouch.
Yeah, that doesn't feel good. Saw J.J. Hardy take one for the team yesterday in the ribs.
Ooh. Change up, swing and a miss. What poise for a 23-year-old. Not only did the Athletics get Parker in that trade for Trevor Cahill and Craig Breslow, they also got Ryan Cook as Quintanilla goes down on strikes. Foul tip held by Derek Norris and 1 away.
Pretty good look at the changeup. Back-to-back changeups. Quintanilla, you see that late fade right at the bottom of the zone. Really effective pitch, and he was able to double it up.
Parker was the main piece in that trade. They got Ryan Cook, right-handed reliever. All he's doing now is closing games for the Athletics. And they also got Colin Cowgill, an outfielder who has spent time in Oakland this year and right now is at AAA Sacramento. So 3 players for 2. Craig Breslow and Trevor Cahill went to Arizona. Billy Beane got some salary relief, and he has a future ace in Jared Parker.
Well, I think Parker, well, he was obviously a top prospect, being a first-round pick, but ended up having Tommy John surgery a couple years ago, so that put him on the shelf. This is his 2nd full year, though, so great pickup. Really, you've seen time and time again when pitchers go through arm surgeries, it usually takes a couple years for them to bounce back and be themselves, and more times than not, in Tommy John surgery nowadays, it seems like they come back stronger, but it does take a matter of time.
First career start against the Orioles, but he's pitched well against the AL East as Teagarden goes down on strikes. Back-to-back Ks and 2 men down.
Well, the rare curveball right here, down and away on the bottom of the zone. Gets the swing and miss.
Our Kia Pitch Track brought to you by Kia Motors. To learn more, visit kia.com. Averages about 7 strikeouts per 9 innings. He has back-to-back Ks to begin the 3rd. Going to work now on Markakis. Outside, 1-0. Nick grounded out his first at-bat, looking to extend the hitting streak to 7 straight. He's batted .356 since the All-Star break. Inside, ball 2. Parker is 3-0 in 4 starts against the AL East, and his ERA in those 4 starts combined is 1.59. That's amazingly good against the lineups of the AL East. Here's the 2-0 outside, ball 3. He has 2 wins against Boston, and his very first career start at Fenway he won. Then he beat them in Oakland. He also beat the Yankees in Oakland. That was his last start. That was last Saturday against the Yankees. 8 innings, 1 run allowed. And there's a 4-pitch walk.
Well, it's pretty impressive that he's not intimidated by the American League East. So many pitchers are, and pitchers that prove that they can pitch against the East and have success. Granted, this is his first year going through there, but if he continues to have success, you might see him pitching in the American League East soon. I mean, Billy Beane obviously out there and looking all the time for trades and ways to make his young team better. I'm not saying they're going to get rid of Parker by any means, but you know, there's always those opportunities because pitchers that have success in the East, their value just goes up, and teams like the Yankees and the Red Sox who have players that can be moved, you know, are looking for guys like him.
Here's J.J. Hardy, who takes high. That's 5 in a row out of the strike zone, and J.J. Hardy, here's what Mike was talking about. This was yesterday.
And takes that fastball from Shields right in the ribs. Ball goes pretty much straight down, lifts him right off his feet. That slow motion gives you that true effect of the pain.
And there's a strike, lays it in. Hardy took it. Maybe Parker getting called up for his first start in Oakland April 25th had something to do with the service time. So the Athletics could keep him in extra season.
Yeah, they know what they want. They have, and they probably want to hold on to him as long as they can before they have to pay him.
Hardy to left field. Did he get enough of it? Back in Cespedes at the wall. It's off the wall, and it's in play. Markakis hitting the third. He'll be sent by DeMarlo Hale. Here comes the throw towards the plate. It is not in time. He got the hand in. The tag by Norris. Markakis hustling. DeMarlo Hale sent them all the way, and it was bang, bang at the plate, and Nick got the hand in. 5-2 game.
Great hustle by Markakis. Obviously, that fastball in the ribs doesn't affect J.J. Hardy on this swing. Drives it off the wall. Nice effort by Cespedes. Comes back and gets it, fires it in, but that's the key right there. Inge on that relay had to reach around the right part of his body and spin all the way back, and that gives Markakis just enough time to get his hand there on the plate.
And here's Cespedes against the wall, Mike.
Yep. Kind of takes his eye off it, gives it a pretty good effort, just misses a home run by about an inch or two.
And that was outstanding umpiring by this crew. McClellan had to go out to make sure there was no interference. The home plate umpire, Ted Barrett, had to go down and cover third. Marvin Hudson hustled in from first base to make that call at the plate. That was outstanding rotation by the umpires. One Otome is fouled off his foot. Ends up by the pitcher's mound. So J.J. Hardy with an RBI double, just missed a home run. 39 ribbies now. The Orioles have scored in back-to-back innings. Cespedes got spun around a little bit, did get back to it anyway, and almost caught that.
Almost did. He was a little uncomfortable about the wall. Tell he was trying to brace himself there, so he had to take his eyes off the ball for a split second, just enough for it to get by his glove.
1-1 is a check swing, and it's low. 2-1. Active players, career home runs against the Athletics. Mr. Tomei will be on this list. And he is third, trailing only Alex Rodriguez, who is on the disabled list now, and Mark Teixeira. Of course, Teixeira came up with the Texas Rangers, so a lot of games against the Athletics. Alex Rodriguez came up in the AL West as well. Tomei, that's a fair ball if it rolls back, but it rolls the other way, foul. That's even more impressive with Tomei because he's never been on an AL West team.
Right.
He played with the Dodgers. That was in the NL West, but
when he gets his opportunities to play against the West, he obviously takes advantage of it.
Markakis got it going with a 2-out walk on 4 pitches. And J.J. Hardy got ahead in the count. And the RBI double. So the Orioles trail by 3, and it's still early. Cespedes, good effort, couldn't catch it. 2-2 on Tomei, who grounded out his first at-bat. Breaking ball called, strike 3. One of the rare breaking balls that he throws, and he freezes Jim Tomei. 3 Ks in the inning, but Markakis hustling to the plate, gets the hand in before the tag. It's a 5-2 Oakland lead. August 11th, Eddie Murray will be honored with his bronze sculpture in Legends Park in center field. All the gates open at 5 o'clock. The ceremony's at 5:15, and all fans attending the game that day will receive a replica Eddie Murray sculpture. So help us honor the great number 33 as Eddie will join his fellow Orioles legends. 888-848-BIRD or get online at Orioles.com/legends. I guarantee you, if you come to the ceremony, you will enjoy it and you will be moved. Zach Britton going to work now. He's back within 3. And here is Derek Norris leading off. Zach had a 7-pitch, 3 up, 3 down third.
Well, you called it after that second inning when the Orioles put that mark on the board. Said Zach Britton needs to go out there and have a stop, and last 2 innings he has. Well, Orioles made another mark for him in the third, so another crucial time for a big stop.
Norris is 0 for 1. He grounded out to deep shortstop his first at bat. Yeah, this is the part of the lineup. Hicks, who's on deck, has homered, but this is the part of the lineup you want to attack. Their batting averages suggest that. There's a strike taken on the outside corner. Oakland has out-hit the Orioles over the first 3 innings. 5-3, and they lead it 5-2. Britton deals 2-1, breaking ball for a strike. Good looking pitch. Each pitcher has walked 1 in this game, and both those walks have scored. 2-2, high fly ball center field. Has some carry to it. Jones back on it, gliding to it. And Adam gets there for the out. 1 away in the Oakland 4th inning. And speaking of Mr. Jones, fans, the Masson Orioles Facebook page is the only place that you can win a signed Adam Jones 2012 All-Star jersey. Log on to Facebook.com/Masson Orioles and enter now for your chance to win. And stay tuned to Orioles games all season long for more chances to win exclusive Masson prizes. Brandon Hicks now. Breaking ball for a strike in the outside corner.
Well, that's a good sign there. Being able to throw that breaking ball for a strike. Threw it when he was behind in the count to the last batter, Norris. Starts Hicks off with the breaking ball.
Close pitch. He got the call. 1-1. Brandon Hicks was called up from AAA on June the 23rd. Athletics, like every other team in baseball, had some injury issues. And popped up shallow right center field. Now carries a bit on this warm night. Look at that. Markakis almost to the warning track. That ball was hit off the end of the bat.
Yeah. Boy, it just kept going and going. I think Markakis was a little surprised by how far it went as well.
So 2 down on a couple of fly balls. Lazy fly balls. Britton has retired 6 in a row, and Zach has settled down. 31 pitch first inning, 17 pitch second inning, 7 to get through the third, 8 to get 2 outs here in the 4th. Jamal Weeks, big bouncer to short. Hardy will get the hustling Weeks, and Zach Britton has consecutive 3 up, 3 down innings. Led to the bottom of the 4th. Birds come to bat, down by 3. Baseball on Masson is brought to you by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. Fans on Utah Street on this hot summer night. Of course it's hot. It's July 27th. Miller Lite floppy hat night. The Maryland flag on the top. The young lady adjusting her makeup, which is tough with all this humidity.
It is. I need to get a couple floppy hats. I know that.
Yeah, that's a good look for you. The Maryland State flag on the top. And you do qualify. You're over 21.
Yes, thanks to my birthday, my recent birthday. Look at Parker with 43 pitches. Been pretty efficient. The Orioles able to get some runs off in back-to-back innings. Keep the heat on them.
Adam Jones leads off. Davis and Britton to follow. Adam takes a strike. Adam popped up to shortstop his first at bat. He's looking to extend the hitting streak to 6 in a row. The other thing he's starting to pick up with is his RBI total. In the past 11 games, Adam with 8 RBIs. And he has a team high 53. Chris Davis is making a run at him. Swing and a miss. Another off-speed pitch, 1-2. The Oakland starters, record-wise, are only 36 and 36. And I say only. They have 36 of the 53 wins. But their ERA is 3.66. That is the best starting staff ERA in the American League.
Very good. With as many pitchers that have actually pitched for them this year. Here's a look at Colon, the starter for tomorrow. He's the only pitcher under 500 for the A's.
Adam Jones swinging a miss. He's down on strikes. That's 4 Ks for Parker and 1 away in the Oriole 4th.
Well, he really mixed it up to Adam Jones. This at bat, change up, slider. There's a 12-6 breaking ball right at the bottom of the zone.
Now wait a minute. You told me before the game. Well, you didn't tell me. You told the audience. He never throws the curveball.
Well, I know. But you got to mix it up, and that's what he's doing. Obviously, scouting reports get around on all pitchers, and he's had some success with it. I think a lot of it is so many pitchers. It's a feel for them, and maybe he hasn't had that feel, so he's gone away from it, and he hasn't really needed to. He's had success with the fastball and the changeup this year, but has a better feel for it. Obviously, in this game, we've seen a lot more than he has.
Chris Davis, his first at bat, he got into one, and he hit it out into the bleachers for his 12th home run here at Camden Yards on the year. And his numbers: 152, 3 homers, 12 RBIs the past 30 games, 3 for 5, 2 home runs in the past couple. But he swings through that. Parker got ahead of him and got him to swing and miss at a changeup. So back-to-back Ks and 2 down.
Boy, that changeup is just so effective. See the location, down and away, the first 2 pitches, and this one starts off on that corner, and Davis thinks, I'm going to get to it. And then just that late tail at the end, about 9 or 10 miles an hour slower than his fastball, drops out of the zone.
Britton takes a strike. Parker in each of the 4 innings has not allowed the Orioles leadoff man to reach. And in 3 of the 4, he's retired the first 2 batters. That is a good way to keep the other team from rallying. Good eye there by Britton, 1-1. Up Showalter with Jim Presley, Brian Ebel alongside there. Out in front of the plate, and he lines a foul. Here's our AT&T Mobility trivia fact. The Orioles 52 wins through 99 games. Last year they didn't win their 52nd until August the 26th in game 129. The Orioles tonight are playing game 100, so they are 30 games ahead of their pace a year ago in the wins.
And that's something to be excited about.
Oh, absolutely. They've been resilient all year. They really struggled. You could go back. It started the R.A. Dickey game, but then they turned it around on the road trip, lost the first 2, won 5 in a row, and only won 1 against Tampa, but they won the finale not to get swept.
Yes. That's a hard win, and especially with the elements of it. It was so hot going against Shields. Not having the year that he had last year, but certainly a great pitcher for Tampa.
3-2 is blooped the other way. That ball's trouble. That ball's in for a base hit. Cespedes over the field. Bettamy thinking two. And he's hustling the second base and gets there just ahead of the throw. Real good at bat by Bettamy. Worked the count full and slices a double the opposite way.
Here's a look at it. He does slice this one. I don't know if he meant to do it, but he kept his hands inside, give himself a chance. Stays fair, and he hustles all the way. He's smelling double right out of the box. Cespedes with the strong arm. And Wilson Bettamy's 14th double of the season.
Now Mark Reynolds with an RBI chance. Second straight inning after striking out the first two. Parker is allowed a base runner. He walked Markakis in the third. Hardy then doubled him in. Here's Reynolds. Outside, 1-0. Mark bounced into an inning-ending double play in the second on a close play at first. He is just 1 for 11 without an RBI on the homestand. Bettamy at second, 2 down here in the Oriole fourth. Parker's worried about Bettamy, who does not have a steal on the year, trying to keep him as close as he can in the event there's a base hit to the outfield.
Right, that's the most important thing. I don't think they're looking to pick him off there, but maybe shorten up a step or two, not have that momentum heading towards third if there is a single. Have a chance to throw him out at the plate.
Another breaking ball, that one for a strike, 1-1. Reynolds since the break has 1 home run and 8 RBIs, but 4 of those RBIs came in one game. Trying to find that consistent stroke, very much a streak hitter. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Bettamy at second with 2 down. Parker has 2 strikeouts in the inning and now 5 in the game. Parker has 3 wins at home, 4 on the road. One-two to Reynolds, close, but he took it for a ball, 2-2.
Good take right there.
The Oakland Coliseum is a great pitcher's park. You know better than anybody, having played there, because of all that foul territory. And his ERA at home is 2.28.
Yeah, there is. There's a ton of foul territory. Hitters lose, I don't know, I would guess 5 points off their batting average, maybe 10 or more if you play there every year. I think I lost about 50 points off my career batting average that I'd like back.
That one over the head of Reynolds. That will allow Bettamy to get to third, and that'll be a wild pitch. Fortunately, Reynolds was able to get out of the way. That was head high.
Yeah, this pitch takes off up in the zone. He's lost a couple pitches like this. One to Bettamy and this one to Mark Reynolds. Not really the best way to take. You'd like him to turn his head the other way, just to protect himself.
So the count is full with 2 down. Tying run is on deck. If Reynolds somehow can get on and keep the inning going. The 3-2 pitch, he got him. Swing and a miss, and Reynolds down on strike. Parker strikes out the side. Bettamy a 2-out double. We're through 4 at Camden Yards. 5-2 Oakland. Nice crowd on hand. Oriole Bird making friends. Mike Bordick's caricature. Zach Britton, a tough start. 4 in the first and 1 in the second. Sliding in there was Johnny Gomes with the first run. It was a bang play at first, went Oakland's way. Chris Davis got the Orioles on the board for Davis's 12th Oriole Park home run, 17th on the year, and it's 5-2 as we head to the 5th. Britton has really settled down, has retired 7 in a row. On a hot Friday night downtown, fireworks night, floppy hat night, what could be better than being at the ballpark?
I don't know that there's much.
Coco crisp first ball hitting. Coco struck out leading off the game. He's also bounced to third. A little bit low, 1-1. Coco's now 32 years old. He is a native Californian out of Los Angeles. Bounces in there, 2-1. And Britton falls behind, 2 balls and 1 strike. Coco drafted in 1999 by the Cardinals in the 7th round. Weak ground ball past Hardy. This is going to be a tough play. The long throw, and he got it. Wow. What an arm by J.J. Hardy. And Mike, explain the mechanics. He did that perfectly.
Well, this type of play here is what separates players. This is a major league shortstop play here. Deep in the hole, quick release, gets his right foot planted. Just one move. And that's a cannon right there. And he's made a couple of those plays tonight. I've seen him make those plays all year. And that's why he's one of the best shortstops in the game. Separator, that backhand play. If you can't make that play, then you're not a big league shortstop.
The 6th ground out that Britton's been able to induce. Johnny Gomes now. Ground ball to third. Big hop for Bettamy. Couple of steps. And 2 down. And Britton has really settled on. Fans, we invite you to mark your calendars for Sunday, August the 12th. Big day here at Camden Yards. All the kids 14 and under attending the game against the Royals. That's a 1:35 game. We'll get a chance to run the bases after the game. It's always a lot of fun for the kids. They go on the field where their heroes play and run the bases. So come on out and enjoy a great summer afternoon at Camden Yards and help your kids live out their dreams. 888-848-BIRD or online Orioles.com. Josh Reddick takes a strike. I would say he has settled down.
He sure has. We talked about earlier in the ballgame that first inning being a rough. That one gets away. First inning being a rough inning for Zach Britton. Once he gets by, though, settles in nicely, and he has to this point. Of course, this pitch gets away from him. Just a little bit. Taylor can't even draw leather on that one. Must have just slipped.
Yeah, it's a hot night, no doubt about that. Waves and a breaking ball, 1-2. There you go. Whether it was a purpose pitch or not, it had the effect.
Sure did. Yeah, opened up that pitch or outside corner with that breaking ball. Reddick not feeling so comfortable in there after one just went zipping by his head.
Down and away, 2-2. Teagarden with that scoop.
Now that one might have snuck up underneath his mask right here. See a kick.
Ow.
Might have got him right on the chin.
That explains why Josh Reddick picked up the ball. Teagarden wanted no part of it. 2 outs, nobody on. We're in the 5th. 5-2 Oakland. Reddick to center field. He got a lot of it. Jones back on it. Still going back, and that ball is off the top of the wall. Adam plays the carom. He fires back in, and a 2-out double for Josh Reddick. He just misses a home run.
Yeah, I don't know if he can get much closer. Pretty aggressive swing here. Gets the head to it, gets his arms extended. Nice finish. And that ball goes right off the top of the wall. And favorable bounce for the Orioles. Bounces back in.
So Reddick has a 2-hit night. He has a double and a triple.
And continues to rake here at Camden Yards.
Bob Melvin briefly came out to home plate umpire Ted Barrett. Now he's coming out again. He wants this reviewed. He thinks that's a home run, but it didn't go over the fence. It hit the top of the fence, and it came back to Adam Jones. Now, it's not as if it hit by the wall of the bleachers where the stands are. And now Melvin's going to go talk to Brian Runge, the second base umpire.
Take a look. You couldn't see the ball hit the cushion of the top of the fence. I think there's a protective or a wall behind that. Hit the top of that. Is it a cement wall?
Well, the cement wall is the foundation for the bleacher seats, but that ball was to the left of that from our view.
Yeah.
Tim McClellan is the crew chief here.
Yeah, a pole right back there.
I think what Bob Melvin is trying to get this crew to do is simply go look at it. And then he'll be satisfied either way. The umpires are going to talk about it. It's why they have that system in place on questionable balls that may or may not have been home runs. Give it a look.
Right.
And if the umpires give it a look, it's what they're supposed to do. It appears they will. Now, to our view, it looked like it hit the top of the wall and just stayed fair. It didn't hit the wall behind the outfield wall. There's the top of the fence. It hit the top of the fence, and it stayed in. Now, unless Melvin is saying it hit that pole and came back, and the pole is on the other side of the fence, but isn't the pole part of the fence?
I would think, or there would be a marking around the top.
So this is a big replay about to be looked at by the umpires, because if they say home run, it's a 6-2 game. Britton can still get out of this without Oakland scoring. There are 2 outs in the inning. Mark Showalter on the phone calling possibly to the bullpen, possibly to see if somebody had a good view of that home run or double, whatever they end up ruling.
Well, he wanted to know what it hit as well, because if it hits the padding on the top of that wall, it's not going to kick off as high and as far as it did. I mean, that ball hit off, and then it had a lot of hang time.
But it did come back this way.
It sure did.
So he did not hit it over the wall. He hit it onto the wall.
I guess it depends on the ruling of that pipe back there.
Bob Melvin, as a manager, did his job. He got them to look at it. That's all you can ask for. And then if they say double, call stands as seen on the field. They have to have evidence to overturn it, that what they thought they saw was either accurate or they missed it. Right behind those green doors you see on your right where the usher is there's a monitor that they go to check out. It's just beyond those doors on the other side. And believe me, this is a big call, because it would be a 4-run deficit once again if this is ruled a home run. Josh Reddick talking with J.J. Hardy. John Russell with the skipper, Buck Showalter. Well, here come the umpires. We'll see what Tim McClellan says. And he's calling Bob Melvin over, so we'll assume this means he's going to keep him at second base. If it was going to be a home run, he would have waved his hand. Tim McClellan explaining where it hit on the wall, which enabled it to stay on this side of the fence, and Bob Melvin is satisfied. So another real good job by a veteran umpire, Tim McClellan, and his crew. Asked to look, they saw, they recognized it, and the call stands as is. It's a double.
And Zach Britton breathes a sigh of relief.
So now he just needs to get Cespedes, and he's out of it.
Yeah. And Cespedes, one of the hottest hitters in all of baseball right now since the All-Star break.
He extended his current hitting streak to 4 in a row with a first inning single. And he was on board for the Carter home run. Runner at second and 2 down. Inside 1-0. Zach does not have the command he had in his prior start. Even though he lasted only 6 innings at Cleveland, he did not allow a run. He walked 2 and allowed 4 hits. So 6 base runners in 6 innings in Cleveland last Sunday, and he picked up a win. (1-0) is low, ball 2.
Well, he doesn't have the feel for that changeup in this game like he did in Cleveland, that's for sure. But his breaking ball's working better. And we talked about even Parker, how he's kind of gone to that breaking ball a little bit. So many times pitchers go with what they feel they have command of, and they use it more.
Here's the 2-0. It's outside, ball 3. And Cespedes being very, very patient.
And I'm sure Cespedes one of those hitters for the A's lineup that does get the green light when it's 3-0.
And the 3-0 pitch is well off the plate, ball 4. 4-pitch walk. It was only the second walk allowed by Britton and the first walk since the first inning.
Well, with the open base, not a bad walk at all. Hit the force at any base now.
Miguel Sokolovic, you rejoined the team today. Dana Evelyn designated for assignment for a 3rd time this year.
Yeah, he's all over the place, isn't he?
Sokolovic was briefly with the Orioles, and then he was sent back down. He last pitched for the Orioles in Minnesota on July 16th, the first game of that road trip, and then was sent out the next day.
Rick Adair making sure they know how they're going to pitch Carter. Carter, another one of the hotter hitters, and has a home run already in this ball game.
So 2 on and 2 out. Breaking ball is low, and he lays off. Britton had retired 9 in a row before that Reddick double, and now he has walked Cespedes. Reddick and Cespedes second and first with 2 down. Britton trying to keep this a 3-run deficit as we play here in the 5th. Well off the plate, ball 2.
Well, you wonder why he's just I haven't seen him throw that many bad balls. Maybe it's just because of the moisture and the heat out there, sweat on his hand, but a couple pitches already tonight gone to the backstop, and that one would have if Teagarden hadn't been prepared for that.
80 pitches, he's thrown 16 this inning. Got 2 quick outs and then has labored since. And a turn and a look back to second. You wouldn't think with 2 down the Athletics would risk trying to run, even though they are a very aggressive team. They're 3rd in the league in stolen bases. 2-0 on Carter. Ball 3, that's low. Buck on the phone to the bullpen to see about Sokolovic. (3-0) is taken for a strike, 3-1. Runners take their leads. Cespedes not being held at first. And the 3-1 coming to Carter. Grounded towards Hardy at short. He'll go to second. There's the force on Cespedes, and Britton gets out of it. A double, a walk, and 2 left. Mid-fifth at Camden Yards. Birds come up down by 3. And hi, everybody. Jim Hunter and Mike Bordick. Real nice job there by Zach Britton getting out of that jam. 2 outs, nobody on, a double and a 4-pitch walk, but does not allow Oakland to score.
Yeah, that's right. That was a big inning to get out of. I mean, it got a little dangerous right there. Close home run call, obviously reviewed by the umpiring crew. Nice job there, but it went in the Orioles' favor. So Zach Britton able to get out of that. But that rough first inning, you know, really for them to score 4 runs, set him back a little bit, but he's pitched really well up till this point. So it's nice to see him settle in the ball game, work himself out of a jam that last inning.
And you can see the Athletics, how much confidence they're playing in. They have the best record in the majors in the month of July. They know their starting pitching is usually good. They go out there playing loosey-goosey, and they got 4 in the first inning.
Well, when you know your pitching is going to give you nice performances night in and night out, offensively you can relax up there and just let your bats do the talking. And the A's have done that here in July especially.
So the Orioles come to bat here in the 5th. It'll be Quintanilla, then Teagarden, then back to the top for Nick Markakis. Parker has thrown 40 pitches over the last 2 innings. He's now at 63. And Quintanilla takes high, 1-0. Pulled right to the first baseman Carter. He'll gobble it up and go to the base, and a quick out here in the 5th. PNC Minor League Report brought to you by PNC for the achiever in you. Jake Arrieta making the start tonight. First game of 2 for the Tides at Lehigh Valley. 5 1/3. He allowed 6 hits, 3 runs all earned, 3 walks and a couple of strikeouts, and 100 pitches. And he did take the loss, a doubleheader at Lehigh Valley in that one. They got rained out last night when those bad storms went through. So Jake Arrieta trying to make it back to Baltimore. Takes the loss tonight for the AAA Tides. He's now 2-1 for Norfolk. And there's a base hit for Teagarden, right center field. Reddick will cut it off, so Teagarden's on with a 1-out single.
A nice job of hitting right there by Taylor. Up fastball. We haven't seen many mistakes. This one up in the zone a little bit. Taylor delivers a nice base hit to right field.
Teagarden with that base hit snaps an 0 for 13. He hadn't had a base hit since his game-winning home run against the Tigers on Jim Palmer Day. Now here is Markakis. Runner at first and 1 down. And a strike at the knees on 1. One of these days, Nick's going to break out of it with the long ball. He's been hitting very well. He's trying to extend the hitting streak to 7 in a row. He's batted .356 since the All-Star break, but he does not have a home run since coming back off the DL. His last home run was May 19th. Ground ball towards the middle, hit slowly. Jamal Weeks, he fields, can't make a play. That's an infield hit. Outstanding effort for Weeks. How he got to it, I don't know. But in his effort to get to it, his momentum took him too far the other way.
Yeah, well, he's filling up that hole over there with Teagarden on first. So he's got a range a long ways on what looked like it was going to be a routine double play ball. So Markakis just fills up the other hole. Up the middle, pretty good effort right there by Weeks, filling that range. And was going to have to do something extra special to get that ball to second base, but just couldn't get the handle.
And there was an instance where the overshift worked against Oakland because Nick didn't pull the ball.
Exactly.
All of a sudden, here's Hardy representing the tying run. 2 on and 1 out. And there's a strike on 1. JJ an RBI double in the third. His 5th RBI in the last 10 games. Good take. I marvel at home run threats, and Hardy certainly is that. How early in the counts they'll just totally ignore certain pitches because they're looking for a pitch they can drive, and that was the case right there.
Yeah.
Whether that was a ball or a strike, he wasn't going to swing. Line drive, base hit left field. Teagarden being sent by DeMarlo Hale. Cespedes with the throw towards the plate. It is not in time. Teagarden scores. It is a 5-3 game in the 5th. Hardy has a 2 RBI night.
Well, you see what J.J. Hardy's looking for. He doesn't want something that's bending down and away from him. He wants a fastball in, and this is what he gets. Line drive over Inge's head. Taylor Teagarden, the catcher, hustling. Safe. J.J. happy, big smile right there. J.J.'s bat heating up. As Kurt Young comes in to settle the young pitcher Parker down a little bit.
For J.J. Hardy, his 24th multi-hit game on the year. And it's a big one because it drives in another run.
Here's the pitch on the inner part of the plate. Boy, JJ's head right down to it. Man, when he's good, his head is just like that. Right on the ball, taking that bad head to it. Short swing, pulls hands inside.
And he now has 3 multi-hit games in his last 5 games.
And he went through a stretch where he couldn't come up with a multi-hit game.
Now here's Jim Thome, still only 1 out. Markakis stopped at second. Inge made an effort to cut that ball off before he let it go through. Check swing, and there's a strike, 0-1.
Jim Thome's hot zone right here. I mean, actually, Jim Thome's a veteran, so his whole box is usually filled up. But to this point this season, down and in, down and away, giving the hard times. But up in the zone, he doesn't let that one pass. Good numbers.
Shift is on against him. Outside, 1-1. Now Parker, who got through the first 2 innings, allowing only the solo home run by Davis, all of a sudden has labored. He had a 5-batter third the Orioles scored. He had a 4-batter fourth, but he had some deep counts, and it was a 20-pitch inning. And now he's facing his 5th batter in the 5th. Hardy with an RBI single on at first.
You know, you were talking about pitchers, you know, if they can get teams deep into a ball game, the offense relaxes a little bit. Well, same thing goes if you fall behind, like Zach Britton did in the first inning. If you can keep your team in the ball game, and he has. He's had stops here the last 3 innings. The offense starting to pick it up a little bit. They're getting to Parker. You give your team a chance right there. Those big stops help this offense out.
Line foul with authority the other way.
If he'd gone back out there and given up a couple more runs, you might see the offense kind of quietly going up there. But they're still firing them. It's still earlier in the ball game, middle of the game now. Those 3 big stops by Zach Britton. This is what you're seeing here. Offense heating up.
Teagarden got it started with a 1-out single. 2-2 on Thome. 2 on and 1 down. Birds back within 2. Check swing, and he fouled it off. Tomei tonight is 0 for 2. He is 8 out of his last 30. Playing his 18th game for the Orioles. Jordan Roberto, left-hander. They have 3 lefties in that pen. Getting loose here in the 5th. 2-2 on Tomei. And he got him. Another changeup, and Tomei swings through it. A huge out for Parker and 2 down.
Well, it's got to be a good change if you're getting a Hall of Fame hitter like Jim Tomei out on it. Great location, down and away. Great late action. Came out of his hand looking just like a fastball. 10 miles an hour slower in a perfect spot.
On his 17 starts, including tonight, only the 5th time he's allowed more than 2 runs. Adam Jones now. The tying runs are on. Now 2 men out. Line to left field and deep. Cespedes back. That ball is gone! It got out of here! And the Orioles have the lead. Number 24 for Mr. Jones. The Oriole fans want a curtain call. Let's look at this laser beam fly out of here.
Well, Adam Jones gets on this pitch. Little hanging cutter, maybe hanging slider right in the heart of the plate. And Adam Jones destroys it. This ball got out in record time. Line drive. Great swing. Another very productive home run right there by Adam Jones. 24 home runs, 16 of them. Could either tied or put the game or O's in the lead.
And Davis takes down and in. Well, Adam Jones has hit his 24th home run. Last year, when he hit a career high 25, he hit his 24th on September the 22nd. 2 months ahead of that pace. Foul, 2-2 on Davis. That was in game 156 last year. Tonight he hits it in game 100.
Well, he's ahead of pace, and kind of as he goes, so go the O's, because the Orioles, obviously, we saw that stat earlier in the game where they're a month ahead of schedule in their wins. Well, Adam Jones far ahead of his schedule.
And Davis down on strikes to end it, but the Orioles with a 4-run inning. Jones caps it. 3-run shot. And the O's have come back from 5-0 down. It's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. I think it is Jones time. 3-run shot to give the Orioles the lead.
Boy, every one of his home runs seemed to have some sort of meaning. He hit some big ones this year.
Jared Parker had a 5-0 lead. He's now trailing in this game. And he is not too happy with himself and his performance. He has allowed the Orioles not only back in the game, the Orioles have the lead. Now Britton back to work. And he deals low to Brandon Inge. So 6 unanswered runs. Oakland got 4 in the first and 1 in the second for a 5-0 lead. And give some credit, folks, to Zach Britton. Mike Bordet pointed it out. This young man, he's battled tonight. He has been somewhat inconsistent with his command, but he has not allowed a run since the second inning. And here he is in the 6th. Inge swings through at 1-2.
Yeah, that rough first inning, and he has settled in. That's a pretty good sign to see Zach Britton, really struggling through the first, but said, hey, the heck with it. It's my game. Kept his team in it. Now his team has the lead for him.
Close pitch. Inge got the call. Both these pitchers had thrown exactly 83 pitches through 5 innings. We're now in the 6th. And it's low ball 3, so he got ahead of him, and now Inge at 3-2. But if you look at Parker's night, he had thrown just 23 pitches in the first 2 innings. Then he threw 20 in the 3rd, 20 in the 4th, 20 more in the 5th. And the Orioles now have the lead. Line to left field. It hangs for Davis, charging in. He's making the catch. So Davis has it for the out, 1 away in the Oakland 6th inning. Well, you can celebrate the second half of the season with a group outing here at Oriole Park. So gather up your family, your friends, maybe some coworkers, and come on out and enjoy a fun-filled day or night of Orioles baseball. Now, with discounted ticket prices for groups as small as 15 and party facilities for as many fans as 1,000, Oriole Park can make your group an experience it will never forget. So come on out here and join us at the ballpark, 888-848-BIRD, or visit Orioles.com/groups. Here's Derek Norris. Britton has now hit 90 pitches on the night as he works here in the 6th. Norris has grounded out twice. When you hear pitchers talk about the marathon baseball season, where Zach Britton began the year on the DL and then was optioned to AAA before earning his way back, so it's only his 3rd big league start. 1-1 has bounced to 3rd. That's foul. But most starters will tell you in any given season there are going to be 5 starts. They have everything. They're just lights out. Everything clicks. There are going to be 5 starts. They don't have it. Now, this could be one of those starts for Britton where it's not as if he's wild all over the place, but it's inconsistent command, but somehow he's finding a way to get outs.
Finding a way to keep his team in it. I think that's the most important thing. Starting pitchers don't have their best stuff. Borderline pitch right there. Wanted that call. When they don't have their best stuff, they have to find a way to battle through and give their team at least an opportunity to win that ball game offensively. And you see he did this in this ball game. I mean, it looked like it was already going to be out of reach after the first inning. Kept his team in, gave them a chance. Adam Jones delivers that big blow in the last inning, take the lead.
Well, Adam felt Chris Davis creeping up on him for that team RBI lead, so he puts a 3 spot up. He now has 56. Davis is at 48 with his solo home run tonight. 2-2 on Norris, and it's low ball 3, so another 3-2 count for Derek Norris. Another 3-2 pitch to Derek Norris. 1 out, nobody on. Center field. Jones is there. And he's got it for the 2nd out. Now 2 down here in the 6th inning. We hope you can tune into the Mid-Atlantic Sports Report Monday 5 until 6:30. Tom Davis, Mel Anton, and Phil Wood, Dave Johnson. They'll have all your latest Orioles news and notes. And take a look at the wild card race after this big, important 3-game series against the Athletics. That's Monday at 5, the Mid-Atlantic Sports Report on Masson. The Orioles will be in New York on Monday night to open up a 3-game series against the Yankees. Here's Brandon Hicks. Curveball sails high. Really hasn't had the feel for that pitch tonight. Saw him look at his hand there, almost as if it slipped out.
Yeah, he's done that on a couple different pitches. That breaking ball, but some of the changeups he's thrown as well. So I just think there's just so much humidity. He's unable to get a good feel for the ball right now.
Yeah, I see you've dropped your pen a few times, so it's very humid out here.
I didn't put any pine tar on it this afternoon.
You're a veteran. Don't make those mistakes. Zach Britton gutting it out. 4-run first inning, and he's allowed only 1 run since. 2 outs, nobody on here in the 6th. There's a strike at the knees. Ted Barrett's had a good night. He's not overly generous, but he's been very consistent behind the plate. Real good night by Barrett. Britton deals 2-1. It's low, ball 3. And Barrett's so big, you're not going to argue with him anyway.
No.
So another 3-ball count. 1-run game. The Orioles with 6 unanswered runs. And there's ball 4. So Zach Britton walks Hicks with 2 down. The number 8 batter is now a solo home run and a walk. And here comes Buck. And there goes the signal to the bullpen. So Britton's night will be done after 5 2/3. The potential go-ahead run is coming to the plate. So Britton will leave this game. He can win. He cannot lose. And the fans, a standing ovation for Zach Britton as he leaves in the 6th. Base hits, and 3 of those hits came in the first inning. 5 earned runs. He fell behind 5-0. He walked 3, struck out 2. 101 pitches for Zach Britton, who gives way now for the Orioles bullpen to try to get the final 10 outs of this game. And here is Miguel Sokolovic, just brought back today.
Yeah, just brought back. He's been in 2 games with the Orioles this year. That 9 ERA, but he's had a lot of success in the minor leagues. Has good stuff. Nice movement on his fastball. Very similar movement to Ayala out there, but you see the lefties 333 and righties 286 off him, but not many opportunities here in the big leagues, but another chance right now. Prove he belongs.
He last pitched for AAA Norfolk last Sunday, so he is certainly well rested. He worked 2 2/3 innings. He allowed 1 run on 3 hits, and that's the other aspect. What they like about Sokolovic, he is more than a 1-inning reliever. Jamal Weeks will bat from the left side, throw to first to Chase Hicks, who does not have a steal. The other thing, what Buck Showalter tries to do when he has, for instance, tonight a left-handed starter on the mound, that first, unless it gets to Pedro Strop, Jim Johnson time, that first reliever to come in from the opposite side, because the Athletics lineup tonight is right-handed heavy. So he brings in Sokolovic here with 2 outs in the 6th. Fastball outside.
You really can't say enough about Zach Britton. You saw him a little bit dejected in there in the dugout as he was going in, but whole team came over and just shook his hand, patted him on the back. Hey, way to keep us in the ball game type stuff. So all in all, you have to look at it as a nice effort. The crowd gave him a nice ovation coming off.
And the pitch count got elevated because, in part, 5 of the batters he faced, Britton, he went to 3-2 counts, full counts. Sokolovic falls behind 2-0 on Weeks, who has flied out and grounded out. Outside, ball 3. That was close. The first 2 were not. Weeks is just 8 for 48 since the All-Star break. That is a 167 clip he's on. He's a guy you got to attack. There's a strike, 3-1. Sokolovic in AAA walked only 13 batters in 26 appearances. Three and 1 on Weeks. The number 9 batter. Hicks at first with 2 down. Swinging a foul back, 3-2. Sokolovic back in the at-bat with a full count. This actually now gives the Athletics an edge because it's the catcher, or excuse me, the shortstop Hicks at first base, who does not have a steal. But with 3-2 and 2 down, Reynolds is going to back behind him, so he'll be off with the pitch. Reynolds trying to keep him close, but Hicks will be off with the pitch. And the 3-2 is high, ball 4. He walked him. Not what the Orioles wanted, for Sokolovic to come in and walk a batter to allow the tying run to get in the scoring position.
And then get to the top of the order. We talked about Weeks' struggles. Be aggressive with hitters like him.
Zach Britton can win this game. He cannot lose. That runner at second is his responsibility. That is the tying run. The go-ahead run, Weeks at first, belongs to Sokolovic. And here is Coco Crisp. Veteran switch hitter will bat left. Tries a breaking ball and he misses low. In AAA this year for Miguel, lefties batted .239. He is facing his second straight lefty here. Righties batted .152 against him. Overthrows. 2-0.
He's just having a hard time finding that strike zone.
Trying to throw 100 miles an hour when he doesn't. Rickader is going to come out and calm him down. You certainly learn about relievers in these situations, Mike, when they come in with men on base. There are some relievers that the runners on base doesn't bother them at all. There are some that have a hard time keeping those inherited runners from scoring. Luis Ayala, for instance, he struggled in that regard this year. Yet, when he begins an inning, he's been great.
Yeah. And Sokolovic really hasn't had many opportunities, so we don't know, what his best role is, although he can be extended in long relief.
So Rickader has his say. Hicks and Weeks. Weeks can fly. He's the trail runner at first. And 2-0 on Crisp. Ball 3. And what's got to be disturbing to the Orioles bench is that most of these pitches are not even close. I mean, they're not even in an area to try to entice the hitter to go after it.
Right. And if you're all over the place, you potentially aren't going to get that borderline call either.
3-0 is right there, and as he should, Crisp was taken all the way. Sokolovich out of Venezuela. (26 years old). 3-1 on Coco. 2 on, 2 out. Ball 4. The Athletics have the bases loaded, all on walks. Britton's final batter, and both batters that Sokolovich has faced. And again, he is well rested as Matt Lindstrom gets up. Wilson Betemit is going to come over and talk to Sokolovich. And Bob Melvin is going to go with the trends here. He is not going to let Gomes bat. So Sokolovich will not get to face a righty. Seth Smith is going to come off the bench and pinch hit. So it'll be another lefty.
Well, you typically may not see managers make moves like this earlier in the game, even though it is the 6th inning. Still a lot of time left. Start getting into your bench. But this is a great opportunity for the A's to put a run across the board.
The tying run is at third. That's Hicks. Weeks at second, the go-ahead run. Crisp is at first. 2 down. And Seth Smith pinch hitting. There's a strike. Some kind of off-speed pitch. Good idea by Teagarden there. He's having trouble with the fastball, so he goes away from it.
Tried to mix it up. Well, he tried to do that to Crisp. Started him off with a slider, but it was just low in the zone. But he really has no fastball command right now.
0-1. There's a strike, 0-2. Smith as a pinch hitter is 2 for 12. Britton nervously looking on from the Oriole bench. His 2-out walk to Hicks has enabled this inning to continue. 0-2 on the pinch hitter Smith. Sokolovich deals. Oh, that was close. I don't know how Smith took it.
Me either. Wow. That was a really good changeup.
He must have been looking fastball and got full. That was really close.
Yep, shows itself.
It was low.
Definitely low, but a tough pitch to take.
Again, Ted Barrett, he's been good tonight. 1-2 on Smith. Outside, 2-2.
Boy, great patience right there. Falls behind 0-2 and then 2 changeups. Pretty good changeups too, and he took them like he knew they were coming.
This is the big pitch because you don't want to go 3-2 with the bases loaded. 2-2, 2 down. Check swing, it's outside. Ball 3 from 0-2 to a full count.
3 straight changeups and doesn't get a flinch.
Smith is batting .186 over his last 23 games. Everybody be moving on the pitch. Hicks, Weeks, and Crisp. 3-2 with 2 down. Line to left field. Davis got a late start. It's in for a base hit. The tying run scores. The go-ahead run scores. Here comes Crisp to the plate. It is a 3-run double for Seth Smith, and the Athletics have the lead back. Sokolovich comes in and gives it up.
Take a look at the pitch right here, working away. This pitch off the plate, way off the plate. Smith, who was pretty patient, expands the zone a little bit right there with 3-2. Drives it out in the gap. Chris Davis's first step, he kind of slips. I don't know if he's going to catch it in the air anyway. The runners go, and Crisp with that speed scores pretty easily.
So it is an 8-6 Oakland lead. And here is Josh Reddick, and again, ball 1. Sokolovich cannot find the strike zone. Even when he got ahead of Smith 0-2, he couldn't put him away. Britton has pitched to a no decision. 5 2/3, 6 earned runs. As Reddick swings through it. 3 walks in this inning have all scored. There have been 5 in the game for Oakland, and 4 of those 5 have scored. And Smith, who has been slumping over the last 3 weeks, delivers a big bases clearing double.
You always hear Rick Dempsey say nothing good can come from a walk.
Huge foul. 1-2 on Reddick. Britton walked Brandon Hicks, a 163 hitter, to keep it going. Sokolovich came on, walked Weeks, a 216 hitter, to keep it going. Coco Crisp then worked a walk. And Seth Smith, who has had a miserable 3 weeks, falls behind 0-2, works it full. Sokolovich has to come into him. In retrospect, the bases loaded walk might have been better. It only would have tied the game.
Yeah.
1-2 on Reddick.
And if Smith would have taken that pitch, it would have been a walk. He expanded the zone.
Smith at second with 2 down. 2-2 is hit high to right field off the end of the bat, charging in Markakis, and Nick gets there and he has it for the final out. The damage is done. The Athletics, after 2 out and nobody on, rally for 3. Sokolovich gives up the lead. Oakland with an 8-6 advantage.
In the second inning, delivers a solo home run to keep his bat hot. Then J.J. Hardy doubles, scoring Nick Markakis on a close play at the plate. 5th inning, Adam Jones comes up big with a 3-run home run. You see Zach Britton celebrating there. Oh boy, in the 6th inning, Sokolovich gives it back with Smith doubles in the gap, scoring 3. The Athletics take the lead back, 8-6. Now in the bottom of the 6th, Reddick 2 for 4, double, triple RBI and a run to stay hot at Camden Yards. Chris Davis, bat heating up, 1 for 3 with a solo home run, and Adam Jones, that big 3-run home run in the 5th.
Jordan Norberto comes on, a lefty.
Yeah, Jordan Norberto coming out of the pen. He's a middle reliever. Has all the pitches. Fastball, slider, curveball, and change. Very deceptive fastball. He likes to attack hitters with earlier in the count. But he has inconsistent command at times. So opportunity here. We see how the base on balls led to that big inning for the A's, and all the walks have hurt each team. Chance to be patient here against Norberto.
Bettamy to right field. Easy play for Josh Reddick. 1 down in the Orioles' 6th inning. So Parker, who allowed a 4-run bottom of the 5th that got the Orioles a 6-5 lead after allowing a 5-run lead to evaporate. He is the pitcher of record on the winning side because his team rallied before he was removed from the game. So he allows 6 earned runs in 5 innings, 8 hits, struck out 8, walked only 1. The 1 walk scored. And this is his game to win if the bullpen can hold it. And the Athletics bullpen is the best in the American League. Their ERA is 2.84. The Orioles are second at 3.05. So the Athletics bullpen, the only bullpen in the league with an ERA below 3. Off-speed pitch for a strike. 0-2 on Reynolds, who was 0 for 2 on the night. Strike 3 called. Mark Reynolds struck out in the 4th. He has now struck out here.
Well, throws a nice changeup on the outside corner just before this pitch and locks Reynolds up with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball right on the inside corner. Effective pitch there. Off speed away, then frees him with a straight fastball in.
The Reynolds now has 19 strikeouts since the All-Star break, with 2 here tonight. Omar Quintanilla 0 for 2. Fastball's too tight, 1-0. Orioles down by 2. Quintanilla fouls it back, a ball and a strike. Roberto was on the DL 15 days, came back June 21st, and he's pitched to a 1.50 ERA since. There's a strike.
He didn't have a beard before he went on the DL. He came back, and now he's got a full beard.
He was upset he was hurt, so he didn't shave.
That's right.
Outside, 2-2. Managers looking on. It's been a back-and-forth game. Bob Melvin's team blew a 5-0 lead, but now they're in front. Sokolovich came on and allowed Oakland to get the lead. 2-2 is fouled back. Our O's Extra postgame tune-in brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. Tom Davis, Rick Dempsey standing by. They'll have the breakdown of the game. Of course, you'll hear from Buck Showalter, his postgame press conference, player interviews from the clubhouse, and more. That's O's Extra postgame presented by PNC, coming up after the game. Outside, ball 3. Norberto is out of the Dominican Republic. He is 25 years old. He was acquired from Arizona. The Diamondbacks and Athletics are frequent trade partners. 3-2 to Quintanilla, and he fouls it back. Norberto was in the trade at the trading deadline last July the 31st when Brad Ziegler, one of the Athletics' best relievers, was traded to Arizona. The Athletics got back Norberto and Brandon Allen. 3-2 with 2 down on Quintanilla. And through the middle, there's a base hit. What an at-bat by Quintanilla. Lefty versus lefty. Very patient, worked it full, and gets a 2-out single. Now Quintanilla now has a 3-game hitting streak. Words of wisdom from Wayne Kirby.
Yeah, talking about his move, I'm sure.
Here's Taylor Teagarden, who got the rally going in the 5th with a single. Changeup for a strike. First pitch changeup.
Yeah.
But he's not. What is he changing up from? He hasn't thrown a pitch yet. Very effective, though. Teagarden let it go by. There's a bouncer towards third. Inge will play at the first. Teagarden's retired, and the inning ends. A 2-out single of Matt Lepler through 6, and a wild game at Camden Yards. The Athletics with an 8-6 lead. series. Tommy Hunter will take the mound against Bartolo Colon. Our coverage on MASN begins at 6:30 with O's Extra presented by Jeep. And then game coverage at 7 o'clock on MASN and WJZ. We've got all the access you need right here on MASN.
Yeah, well, Bartolo Colon, most veteran guy in that staff over there, is the only pitcher in the A's rotation with an under 500 record at 6-8. Still a veteran pitcher, has worked at 3.97 earned run average, so keeping his team in ball games. Tommy Hunter coming off some pretty good starts here, looking to pitch well in front of the home crowd tomorrow. Really made some adjustments, keeping that ball down in the zone. I'll bring on Matt Lindstrom though in this ball game in relief of Sokolovic. Lindstrom off the DL, been off for a little while now, and actually took a line drive in the knee the other day in Cleveland, so he's recovered from that. Here it is, nice live fastball coming in to try to get a stop here in the 7th.
And he gets a strike, 0-1. Cespedes is 1 out of 2. He singled in his first at bat and scored. That was in the first inning. He has also walked. One and 1 as the fastball misses. Britton 5 2/3, 6 runs on 6 hits. Sokolovic just a third of an inning and 2 earned runs. Sharply hit towards the middle. Hardy gloves. He spins. He throws. He got him. J.J. Hardy with that pirouette move, Mike. He's as good as it gets with that. 1 down.
Well, we've seen the range to his right in the hole. This one up the middle. Reaches, spins around, and a cannon throw. Boy, J.J. Hardy's arm first half of the year was kind of barking a little bit, but it's loosened up, and he's throwing some seeds across the diamond here lately. Nice play by J.J.
Chris Carter now 1 out of 3 with a 2-run homer. Well, he was looking fastball and was right on it, but he fouled it back.
Well, Carter's had some opportunities in the big leagues with the A's and never really done too much, but recently he's only had 50 at bats this year, but he's found something. He's locked into his own strike zone. I think he's had more walks in the last 50 at bats than he has in his previous 2 stints in the big leagues. So really becoming aware of his own strike zone. His on-base percentage is a lot higher, and power numbers up. They knew he could hit for power, but it was just managing that strike zone.
Ball and a strike on Carter. Breaking ball for a strike. Good looking pitch. And Lindstrom, the third pitcher used by the Orioles. 60 feet 6 inches away from the plate. Pop up down the line. Long run from Markakis. In the foul territory it goes, and it's back in the crowd in the first row. 1 and 2 on Carter with 1 down. The Orioles with the 8-man bullpen with Sokolovic added today and Dana Evelyn designated, so they continue to go with a 3-man bench. Their bench tonight is Endy Chavez, Ryan Flaherty, and Matt Wieters, who was given a night off because of a tight right bicep. There's Matt with Flaherty and Brian Ebel.
Flaherty, the birthday boy today.
And the 1-2, he went too far. Teagarden missed the tag, so he'll throw to first and 2 down. And Lindstrom gets the first 2 here in the 7th. The Orioles invite you to a very special American Red Cross blood drive, and join us for the life-saving event Saturday, August 18th. It's here at Oriole Park from 8 to 4. All donors will receive a limited edition Oriole Park 20th anniversary baseball, 2 tickets to an upcoming game, and a chance to meet former Oriole Chris Hoyles. Now, appointments are required, so call 1-800-RED-CROSS and help out our community in this blood drive. Brandon Inge hitless on the night. lined out to left field in the 6th. What has to be most frustrating for Buck Showalter and the Orioles in that 6th inning rally for Oakland is that there were 2 outs and nobody on. And then Oakland got that walk to Hicks, and Zach Britton left, and Sokolovich came on and just couldn't find the strike zone.
Well, the walk's the most frustrating thing. Yeah, get ahead 2 outs. Oh, man, 3 straight base on balls.
2-1 on Inge. And a tapper past the mound. This is going to be a tough play for Betamete, and he wisely just holds on to it. So an infield hit on a swinging bunt.
Yeah, Inge, who's had some knee problems in his career, still runs pretty well, though. Smelled that hit and got down that line.
Ty Waller, his first base coach, chuckling when saying, "Hey, way to rip it."
Good line drive in the book tomorrow.
And more importantly, he keeps the inning going, and here's Derek Norris. The last 3 innings, the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th, the Orioles retired the first 2 Oakland batters, only to see Oakland then get men on base. In the 5th, Reddick doubled, nearly hit it out, and Cespedes walked before Carter grounded out. Then in the 6th, 3 straight walks that all scored on the 3-run double, and now here in the 7th, 2 outs and an infield hit to Inge. Seth Smith with the big blow. Bases clearing double on a 3-2 pitch to drive in those go-ahead runs. Inge does not have a stolen base on the year. Here's Troy Patton getting loose. One is waved at. Whatever that pitch was, it came at off speed, and Teagarden seemed to catch it in the other batter's box.
Yeah, it was just one of those hard sliders that Lindstrom throws. You know, hitters have to kind of gear up anyway for his fastball because he throws anywhere from 95 to 97.
That was 86.
Yeah, it showed itself as a fastball and then just disappeared, just like that one there. Doubled up with it.
Pitch inning. He's facing just his 4th batter. 53% of the pitches in this inning, that slider. 1-2 on Norris. Strike 3 called. So that will end the inning. 2-out infield single and 1 left. 7th inning stretch brought to you by Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey. Lie straight, drink responsibly. and the Orioles came back and erased a 5-0 deficit. And hi, everybody, Jim Hunter and Mike Bordick. And what a span of emotions from one half inning to the next. The Orioles rally for 4, get a 3-run home run from Adam Jones to get the lead, erase a deficit, and the very next half inning, because of 3 walks, the Athletics then get a big hit and get the lead.
Yeah, emotional roller coaster for sure. I mean, Adam Jones, that big 3-run home run, and things are looking good. Everybody's excited about that. Everybody loves Zach Britton's effort, but then to turn around and give it right back. The 3 walks in that inning really hurt. Seth Smith comes up and works the count to 3-2 and expands the zone a little bit, gets a hitter's count and drives that ball out into the left center gap to clear the bases. So back and forth game here. It was nice to see the Orioles battle back, their offense come back, and Zach Britton really keep them in the ball game enough to be able to take the lead. Well, now the Orioles have to fight back again offensively and try to score some late inning runs like we've seen them do it in the past.
Yeah, and the bugaboo for the Orioles in this game, Oriole pitching has walked 5 batters. 4 of those 5 have scored, and the Orioles are trailing at 8-6.
Yeah, nothing good comes from walks. Nothing at all.
Here's Grant Balfour coming on. He'll work the 7th, trying to protect this 2-run lead. So Bob Melvin, as Norberto pitched 1 inning, gives up 1 hit, no runs, and now it's Grant Balfour.
Yeah, Balfour been pretty much used as a setup guy for the A's this year. Really 4-seam fastball, relies heavily on his fastball against both lefties and righties, and then has that nice sharp slider with late break and a curve ball as well. But loves his a fastball, loves to get ahead of it with it. And then he goes to work with his breaking balls, that slider down and into lefties. And a big curveball.
So the Orioles will try to get a man on and get that tying run to the plate. And it's the top of the lineup Balfour will face. 29,270 on hand on this Friday night, on fireworks night. They are loud and they are anxious for an Orioles win. Nick Markakis has been on base his last 2 at-bats and has scored each time. He walked and scored in the 3rd, singled and scored in the 5th. Balfour will face Markakis, Hardy, and Tomei here. There's a strike on 1. So Bob Melvin actually helps the Orioles out in the sense that Norberto, the lefty, came on last inning, so he won't face Markakis and Tomei this inning, 2 left-handed batters. Inside, 1-1. Nick is now hitting 7 straight games with his 5th inning single. He has 10 hits in those 7 games. He's gone 59 at-bats without an RBI. An unusual streak for him. Broken bat popped up, and Balfour has it. Well, that one came in on his hands and 1 down on the soft pop-up to Balfour. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Orioles and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles. Nice night downtown. It is warm. It is muggy. It is summer.
It sure is.
J.J. Hardy's had a good night. Not only has 2 hits, each hit drove in a run. He nearly missed a home run in the 3rd. His double hit high off the left field wall. Fastball misses high. Balfour out of Australia has found a home in Oakland. Hardy takes a strike, 1-1. Orioles saw a lot of Balfour when he pitched for Tampa Bay. Down and away, 2-1. He originally signed with Minnesota and was with the Twins through 2005. Then he went over to Cincinnati, off to Milwaukee before Milwaukee traded him to Tampa Bay, and he's now in his second season in Oakland. Fastball in the outer part, 2-2. Been in pro ball since '97, and he signed with Minnesota. Just outside, ball 3.
Really working that outside corner. He usually does that on both lefties and righties. Stays away, avoid the damage zone.
Bird cheering on the crowd. 3-2 on Hardy, and he fouls it back. The Athletics bullpen has 17 wins, 25 saves, and their ERA, the best in the league, came in at 2.84, and they've already pitched an inning and a third scoreless here tonight, so that has improved as well. (3-2) to Hardy. Here's low ball 4. You can see how JJ has all of a sudden found his confidence at the plate by the way he's taking pitches.
Great at bat right there. Yeah, he does look a little bit more locked in. Get a couple hits, that obviously will help your confidence.
Fans, you can follow the Orioles, the MLB.com @BAT12 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry, and Windows Mobile. You can get live audio, pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text @BAT to 31826 or just go online Orioles.com for all the details. It is a great app. You will not be disappointed. So here's Jim Thome representing the tying run. Orioles got that man on ahead of him. And Hardy draws a throw, and he's proud of it.
Well, that's a great walk. Great at bat by J.J. Hardy. I mean, you get to the heart of this lineup now. Thome, Jones, and Davis. Real good opportunities there to make a mark.
Jim 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. And takes it inside. Balfour has allowed only 3 home runs on the year. The Athletics, as a team with the 2 here tonight, have allowed only 83. And a bouncer foul, 1-1.
Part of that might have to do with pitching out there in Oakland. It's at night when that air gets heavy, kind of hard to hit, especially home runs.
Among the reasons they are almost year in and year out among the league leaders in pitching. All that foul territory. Ball doesn't carry. 1-1 is hit foul. Wayne Kirby with a nice play. Now, in day games, before they built that big structure in center field, Mount Davis for the Oakland Raiders, in day games the ball would carry. Not so much in night games.
No, not at night games at all.
And really ruined the look of that ballpark when they built that thing out there. It looks like a cruise ship.
It does out there.
1-2 on Thome. Hardy at first with 1 down. And he overthrows 2-2, and Thome won't chase. That's where Jim's trying to hit it. Out there beyond the flag court. He's the tying run at the plate with 1 down. Hardy gets his lead off first. And he fouled it back. He was right on that pitch.
Pretty good swing right there by Jim Thome. We saw his hot zone earlier in this game, and he likes that ball up and away and up and in. He does some serious damage.
Down holding it 2-2. Jim has a friend over his shoulder. In the dirt, and it gets away from the catcher Norris. That allows Hardy to get to second base. So a break on two fronts there. It takes away the chance for a ground ball double play, and it puts Hardy into scoring position.
Look at this breaking ball here. It just doesn't bounce. It just scoots right under. Little worm burner with no kick.
Orioles 2 for 5 in these spots. This is the 8th pitch in the at-bat coming here with a runner in scoring position. And only one down. Wild pitch has been charged to Balfour. 3-2. Jones waits on deck. And it's high, ball 4. So Balfour walks back-to-back batters, both on 3-2 pitches. And Adam Jones comes up once again as the go-ahead run. Let's go back to the 5th inning.
Here's a swing. Line drive to left field. His 24th home run of the season. Leading the Orioles in that category. And this was a missile. 2 kids right there in that first row. Unable to handle that hot shot, but 350 feet away.
Kurt Young, the pitching coach, out.
Trying to get him to settle down. From watching this ball game, see how bad walks have hurt pitchers.
Adam with the 3-run home run, his 24th home run. He now has 56 RBIs. Now base hit here, showing Doolittle getting loose. You would think would be able to score Hardy. The Athletics would probably try to make sure that Tomei didn't get an extra base because he's the tying run at first. The 3-run home run has given Adam his 15th multi-RBI game of the year. That is also tops on the Orioles. And the fans are back in it now. 2 on and 1 out after back-to-back walks. Go-ahead run is at the plate. Big moment here in the 7th for the Orioles. And it's low, 1-0.
And Jones's hot zone here. He's been pretty much hot all over. He's got good numbers all over the box, but boy, down and in and middle, of course, away. He's just had great coverage all season. And even the 293 and 294 are really good numbers. So nice coverage all over the zone.
And he doesn't go to right field, right center for power often, but he's strong enough to go that way if he gets a pitch. 1-0 the count.
He wanted to do some damage on that one.
His intentions were obvious there.
I see it high and let it fly. He saw that ball just one of those cement nicks or sliders up in the zone.
Skipper looking on. It's been a wild game here. Orioles trail by 2. The tying runs are on. 1 down in the 7th. Tomei not being held, so he gets a little extra lead. Outside, ball 2.
That's a nice take right there by Adam Jones.
Well, you've talked about his continuing maturity at the plate, and that's a perfect example right there.
It sure is.
He's anxious, but he's not over anxious.
Right. Yeah, he's been working hard. Look at Presley right there.
Ooh. Swings through it, 2-2.
I think he has a better understanding of what pitchers are trying to do to him as well. I mean, obviously knowing your own strike zone, but then, you know, being smart enough and now being around the league for the number of years that he has, he knows what pitchers are trying to do, how they're trying to get him out.
Taking his time getting back in there. Count is even, 2-2. Balfour asked Nars to alter the signs, and Adam requesting time at the plate. Well, this is a tight spot for the reliever because he saw what happened when Sokolovic couldn't find the zone. Sokolovic came on in relief of Britton, and Oakland rallied to get the lead. And Balfour has allowed the Orioles to get the tying runs on without putting a ball in play. Back-to-back walks. The 29,000 here sound like 49,000. They are into every pitch. Big one coming here. 2-2 to Jones. 1 down, 2 on. High fly ball to right. He got under it. Moving in on it is Reddick. And he's got it for the out and 2 down. A big, big out. Recorded by Balfour.
Yeah, that ball just had enough movement up in the zone just to get off Adam Jones's barrel.
So will Balfour get to face Davis, or will Doolittle, who's been getting loose, come on, the lefty? Looks as if Bob Melvin's going to stick with Grant Balfour. Davis, a solo home run, his first at bat. He's 1 out of 3. 3 for 11 on the homestand. Couple of home runs, 5 RBIs. Tying runs are on. Now 2 men down. And Balfour, after coming set, steps off. Davis with a big day yesterday. He's trying to make it a multi-hit game. He has had hits in back-to-back games only once since the All-Star break. Takes high, ball 1. Check swing, and it's high, ball 2. Davis tapped his chest, I guess, reminding himself to stay back.
Stay back. I'll tell you what the good news is about that. If that umpire would have called that a strike on Chris Davis, it might have thrown him out of his rhythm, because he's been working on his own strike zone command. Presley had a box out there, and he stood it right in front of the plate and said, "This is your strike zone."
Ball
so
3.
if it's borderline, especially right now that Chris Davis is working on this stuff, it's a borderline pitch and the umpire calls it a strike, it might just get into his head a little bit and think that he might have to expand. But
Buck Showalter with Matt Wieters. Hardy and Tomei on with 2 down. Orioles down by 2. 3-0 on Davis. And he takes a strike. Not sure if he had the take sign or if he just didn't like it.
I'm sure he probably had the take. I mean, he's starting to heat up, but he hasn't heated up enough to get the green light on that pitch in this situation.
3-1. Home run swing there, and he missed it. 3-2. Now, the only advantage this count brings is that the runners will be off. There's not a lot of speed out there for the Orioles. Hardy, the lead runner, and Tomei, the trail runner, not 2 of the faster birds, so they'll get a head start on a 3-2 pitch. However, Davis does have 2 strikes. Runners go. The 3-2 is outside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. And now Bob Melvin comes out. Bedamit is the next batter, and he wants the lefty to make Wilson a right-handed batter. Well, the Athletics were able to take care of business with walks when they got 3 in the 6th. Can the Orioles do the same in the 7th? Sean Doolittle coming on with the bases loaded, 2 down. And that cloud inconveniently goes in front of the moon. And here's Sean Doolittle, who inherits a mess. Bases loaded, 2 out.
He sure does. Bases loaded here. And he comes in. He's a power pitcher. Now, this guy has not, this is his first year in the big leagues, has really risen to the top. He was a converted position player. That's how he got here. And he did it in just less than a year. Righties hitting this 174 off and lefties at 333. But he was a position player that was really considered one of the top prospects in the organization, but had a lot of knee problems, had some knee surgeries, and they said, listen, you're probably not going to be able to be the same type of player. You have a strong arm, you want to try pitching, and sure enough, here he is. And power fastball, that's his pitch, can top out around 96, 97 miles an hour. Kind of average curve and change, but really aggressive with that fastball.
So here's Bettamy. He has had a flair for the dramatic on the year. And he takes a strike on the outside corner. This is why Bob Melvin wanted the left-hander on. Batting right-handed, he's 158 with a home run, 280 with 10 home runs left-handed. Of course, he gets so many more at-bats lefty. But Wilson Bettamy, for a guy batting 248, he's got 34 RBIs. His hits tend to come in big spots.
Yeah, he was one of their hotter hitters in clutch situations earlier in the year. He's cooled off a little bit, become a little bit more inconsistent, but good opportunity here for him to break out.
Swings through it, 0-2. Career numbers with the bases loaded, 273 hitter. Orioles would be thrilled for a base hit to the gap to get this game even. They trail by 2 and the bases are loaded on walks. And he strikes out, and there goes the bat. A swing and a miss, and Doolittle on 3 pitches gets the A's out of a major rally. So the Orioles can't take advantage of 3 walks. They strand the bases loaded. We head to the 8th. The A's lead by 2. $900 from the Maryland Lottery. For your chance to be the Maryland Lottery contestant of the game, play Strike It Rich scratch-offs and enter your non-winning ticket codes at mdlottery.com/strikeitRich. 8-8-0 for Oakland. The Orioles 6-9-0. They just stranded the bases loaded. A huge chance to either chip away or get back even, or the lead for that matter. Orioles have now left 6 men on. Lindstrom stays on for a 2nd inning. And Brandon Hicks fouls it back. Hicks, Weeks, and Crisp. 8-9-1 for Oakland in the 8th. Breaking ball bounces, a ball and a strike. Buck Showalter has not only seen the Orioles strike out 10 times in this game, 4 times. That ball's ripped in the left field for a base hit. Davis hustles over to keep it to a single. So on at first is Hicks with a leadoff hit. Time for you to text in your vote for the AT&T Player of the Game. Here are the candidates. Adam Jones, 3-run home run, which at the time gave the Orioles the lead. J.J. Hardy, who has a 2-for-3 night with a couple of RBI hits. Or how about Josh Reddick of Oakland, a triple and an RBI and a double? Text in your vote now and have your voice heard. A, B, or C to 31826. Lindstrom will leave. Switch hitter Weeks is due up, so Troy Patton will come on to get Weeks up from the right side. 1 on, none out. Oakland with a 2-run lead in the 8th. Out. He has been on a roll, and he needs to keep the Athletics from scoring.
Well, he sure has been on a roll in his last 17 and a third innings pitch, 18 appearances, just a 1.56 earned run average. So good opportunity here for a nice hold. Lefties just 227, righties 238. He's had a lot of success here recently. Buck Showalter not scared to call on Troy Patton, the only lefty out in that bullpen right now.
So Patton will go to work on Weeks. And it's up and in as Weeks was showing bunt. Bob Melvin with a 2-run lead, trying to get a 3-run advantage late in the game. Weeks has laid down 5 successful sacrifice bunts on the year. He also can fly if he gets on base. Gets down the bunt. Oh, he missed it. You don't see that very often. He just flat out missed it.
Yeah, he did. He whiffed it. Whiffed the bunt. Taylor Teagarden comes out from behind the dish to look to throw behind Hicks over at first base, but Reynolds had been crashing in when he saw that bunt.
Weeks squares again. Bunts it foul in the air. And the count now 1-2, excuse me. 1-2 on Jemile Weeks. Wayne Kirby whiffed on that, so he picks it up and flips it in the crowd.
And Troy Patton obviously recognizing the bunt situation. That's 3 fastballs up and in. Real tough pitch to bunt.
Brandon Hicks, the shortstop, is on at first. A leadoff single. He's had a nice night, 2 for 3, plus a walk and a home run. 1-2, and he popped them up. Center field. Jones moves back a few steps. And he's got it for the out. Weeks cannot do his job, and Patton gets him out with the runner still at first base. Patton has been quietly putting together outing after outing. He has 9 consecutive scoreless appearances coming into this game.
Well, he's done a super job. I mean, he proved himself last year being resilient, used in stretches of 2-3 innings sometimes. Very durable.
Here's Coco Crisp. 0 for 3 plus a walk. So the difference in this game right now is the Athletics were able to load the bases on walks in the 6th and then get the big hit to clear the bases. The Orioles loaded the bases on walks in the 7th, but Doolittle came on and struck out Betemit. And the Orioles, in 4 of their 7 at-bats, the final out of the inning was a strikeout.
Well, the Orioles, they've been striking out a lot this year. And I know everybody talks about the Orioles offense, you know, relying on the home run, and with home run swings come a lot of strikeouts. But there are some situations in a ball game where you kind of have to shorten up, and at least putting the ball in play is better than a strikeout.
And a base hit down the line. Betemit was up tight to take away the bunt, and Crisp hit it by him. Going to third is Hicks. He'll be held there by Gallego, and there's a double by Coco Crisp. The Athletics are just pounding the baseball here tonight. They now have 10 hits.
And here's a look at it. Inside pitch. Just drives it down the line. Just out of the reach of Betemit.
So Seth Smith will come up. It's lefty versus lefty. Huge runs out there. Orioles have to bring the infield up tight. And a roller foul. The Athletics have not only gone 10-2 since the break. They are 6-1 coming into tonight. They're playing the AL East 17 consecutive times. And they're 6-1 and have a lead here in the 8th inning tonight. Oh, 1 pitch is pulled foul, just foul down the line. Smith down in the count 0-2. Showalter sending signals out to the middle infielders. Here's the 0-2. That one's cued to third. Betemit has it. There's a big out. And 2 down. You know, as far as the numbers for the Athletics coming in, 13th in the league in batting, last in runs scored. You really throw all that out because since the All-Star break, they're 10-2. They're averaging about 6 runs a game. So it's more than just they're getting by with pitching. They're getting hits.
Yeah, they have lately. I think the pitching has carried them and kept them in close ball games, though. They're leading the league in walk-off wins.
Reddick was fooled by that pitch, 0-1. Reddick is 2 out of 4. RBI triple in the first. Takes ball 1 inside. Patton is the 4th Oriole pitcher. The Athletics have also used 4. And a foul. It hit the bat. The runner Hicks thought it might have just gotten away from Teagard, and he broke down, but Ted Barrett immediately put up the hands to signal foul ball. So it's 1-2 on Reddick.
Here's a look, little check swing, right off the hands. He's actually lucky it didn't hit his hands.
And Patton gets ahead of a tough hitter, 1-2. Outside, he won't chase. Troy Patton in a tough spot here after that crisp double, trying to prevent the Athletics from adding to their lead. They have a 2-run lead here in the 8th. 2-2 on Reddick. And struck him out with a breaking ball. So Patton strands 2 runners. Outstanding job by the Oriole left-hander. Reddick looks over a curve and he's down on strikes. Shield will contribute $50 to support the American Heart Association Heart Walk. To date, the Orioles have drawn 287 walks. That's a total of $14,350. Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield encourages each of us to take that first step towards a healthier and more active lifestyle. Bottom of the 8th, the Orioles trail by 2. Reynolds, Quintanilla, and Teagarden are due up. Buck Showalter has a 3-man bench. 2 of them are lefties, Chavez and Flaherty, and the other is Matt Wieters, switch hitter who did not start tonight. Mark Reynolds is 0 for 3 on the night. And swings through it. Orioles have now struck out 10 times in this game. It's the 4th straight game with 10 or more Ks, which is every game on this homestand. They now have 828 strikeouts on the year, which is most in Major League Baseball. And if you don't put the ball in play, good things can happen. Parker had 8 Ks, Norberto 1, Doolittle 1. Inside, 2 balls and a strike on Reynolds. Doolittle stranded, the bases loaded in the 7th, stays on here to begin the 8th. Nearly hit him, ball 3. The Orioles in this game have not once had their leadoff man on. Until now. Reynolds, that was one of those where he got the benefit of where the ball ended up because he didn't like it. He checked, and then he listened to hear if it was going to be called a strike. Right. Bob Melvin just yelled over to Ted Barrett, "You sure that missed?" And Barrett nodded his head, "Yep."
Well, now we see how Doolittle responds. A little more pressure on him. Not very familiar with these type of situations. Last year, the first year he started pitching.
Quintanilla singled off the lefty Norberto in the 6th. He shows bunt and he takes high.
And that's the one thing that you, or at least the A's, are concerned about with so many rookie players. As they get down the stretch, and they played themselves now into contention here and put their names on the board in the wild card hunt How are the younger players going to respond when the pressure gets a little tighter? Every game really does have so much meaning.
Ryan Cook, who has been closing out games for Oakland, he's getting loose. 1-1 on Quintanilla, who swung through it. Omar 1 out of 3 to extend his hitting streak to 3 in a row. Shows bunt, takes outside. I'm not sure that he's being asked to sacrifice here because he's the tying run. But it looks like what he's trying to do is convince Inge that he might, just to keep that hole open on the left side there.
Sure.
Slap it by him. Swings through it, 2-2.
And that's exactly what he was thinking.
But now with 2 strikes, Inge will have to move back. DeMarlo Hale flashing signs. Not likely a play is on here. The Orioles are running out of outs. 6 left. Reynolds will lead off first. And a bloop to center field. Crisp is in. Coming. He makes the catch. And Reynolds halfway gets back to first. So Quintanilla retired 1 away. Friday night crowd hoping for an Oriole win, and then they'll enjoy the fireworks show. There's Taylor Teagarden, who singled to get a rally going in the 5th. Swings through it, 0-1. The Orioles have 6 runs and they trail. They are 38-13 on the year. As you see, Ayala and Jim Johnson. Johnson's up in case the Orioles somehow get the lead or tie it. Here's a strike, and it's 0-2. But the Orioles are 38-13 when they score 4 runs. It's an incredible winning percentage. They have 6 here tonight, and they're trailing. Yeah. Yeah. 0-2 is outside. A ball and 2 strikes on Teagarden.
Well, when you give up 4 earlier in the ball game, and then you got to change that philosophy a little bit. 4 runs isn't going to cut it. You got to give a little bit more.
Well, tonight it would take 9.
Yeah.
And Teagarden down on strikes. So another strikeout. That's 11 in the game and 2 down. Doolittle gets a second.
Well, Doolittle loves his fastball. Pumps another one right there up middle of the zone. And Taylor wonder how did he miss that pitch?
If the Orioles should somehow rally to win this game, Mike, the Orioles are 6-0 this year when scoring 9 or more runs. I like your math. Here's Markakis, and it's high, 1-0. I'm a big believer in the law of averages. He's close to that home run. It's been a long time, May 19th. This would be a good spot of a tie of the game. Slices it to left field. That's a base hit. Cespedes was playing so deep he needed a ticket. I looked up to see if he had a play, and he wasn't anywhere near the ball, even though Nick's a left-handed batter. So Markakis has a 2-hit game. Where is he? Oh, there he is.
Almost a 3-hopper to him out there. That was a line drive off the bat. You thought, oh, left fielder might have a chance.
So with J.J. Hardy coming up representing the go-ahead run, Doolittle will leave, and the closer, Ryan Cook, will come on. He's looking for a 4-out save. Orioles trying to get back at it in the 8th. Comes on, he inherits 2 on and 2 out with a potential go-ahead run at the plate.
Yeah, Ryan Cook, now their closer, had a lot of success here with a funky arm delivery. Funky arm action, excuse me. Kind of deceptive. Lefty's just 101 off from righties, 129. He's only given up 16 hits in 42 and a third, but his command has been an issue. To 22 walks, though, in the 42 and a third innings.
He has allowed runs in each of his last 2 appearances. 2 runs in 2 innings work. First time he's allowed runs in back-to-back games all year. Opposing hitters are batting just 115 against him. That is the lowest batting average of any relief pitcher in the American League. What the Orioles would like to get here is a nice, tidy long ball from J.J. Hardy. They wouldn't be greedy. 1 hit.
Just 1.
J.J.'s had a good night. He has an RBI double. He has an RBI single. And he has drawn a walk, so he's 2 for 3, and he's been on base 3 of his 4 plate appearances. Reynolds at second, and Markakis at first, with Hardy at the plate. Ball 1.
A lot of stuff going on before he delivers that baseball. Simon gets in about 4 different positions before he gets ready to throw.
1-0. Oh, big heavy cut, and he missed it. 1-1. You see how deep the outfielders are. Bob Melvin's trying to cut off a double because Markakis at first is the tying run. He doesn't care if Reynolds scores as long as Markakis doesn't. Line drive left field. That's going to fall. Base hit. Reynolds is going to score easily as Cespedes gets it in, so it's a 1-run game. Hardy has a 3 RBI night, and he's done it the hard way. 3 RBI hits.
Well, he has had a great night, and it's nice to see J.J. Hardy heating up. This little slider down in the zone, J.J. stays on it. Right off the end of the bat. Drops in for an RBI single.
So Reynolds scored. He got on leadoff walk. There are 2 down in the inning. The tying run is now at second. The go-ahead run is at first. And here's Jim Thome. And you got to give Buck Showalter a lot of credit for Thome still being in this game. Cook deals, check swing, and he went too far, 0-1. In the 7th inning, Thome drew a walk after Hardy drew a walk, so he was the tying run at first base with only 1 down. Buck Showalter resisted pinch running for him in that spot just in case. And here he is now in the next inning representing the go-ahead run.
Well, we had talked about that in the 6th with some early moves that the A's had been making. And here it does. It comes back around again.
And a strike called, and it's quickly 0-2. The outfielders have shortened up a bit from where they were when Hardy was batting. The tying run is now at second. Thome's in a whole 0-2. And it's inside. Bounces in. A ball and 2 strikes. Tried to get him the chase, and Thome resisted. So now it is 8-7. The Orioles with another chance here. Can they get the big 2-out base hit? Hardy got it close with his 2-out single. Can Thome deliver? Markakis and Hardy on. Nick the tying run. Hardy the go-ahead run. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Outside, 2-2. Jemile Weeks is in the shift. He is well out in shallow right field, but because there's a runner at second, the shortstop stays on that side, and the third baseman has to respect third. A lot of room up the middle there. Ball 3 inside. Active RBI leaders, Jim Thome trailing only Alex Rodriguez, 1,694. Oh, the fans are into it now. Bases loaded, 2 down. The runners will be off with the pitch.
They want some more RBIs on that list.
And the 3-2. Ground ball towards the middle. Base hit for Thome. He did it. Here's Markakis to score. He hit it against the shift and has tied the game. A delirious Friday night crowd. Jim Thome delivers back-to-back RBI hits.
Well, here's a look at the swing. Works the count to 3-2. Great at bat. Ground ball, but beats the shift up the middle. Seen twice now, Weeks overplaying some of the Orioles hitters. Markakis earlier in the game, and Thome there. Ball's finding holes with the big hole up the middle.
And now the job of Troy Patton even bigger. Patton inherited a runner on, then gave up a double, had second and third and 1 out in the top half of this inning, did not allow a run.
Well, there are a lot of situations in this ball game, I think, that have obviously led to this point, Troy Patton being one of them. But you had mentioned it earlier, Jim Thome just being able to hit in this situation. Buck Showalter not making that move, being over-aggressive too early in the ball game, knowing that Jim Thome was going to come up in a situation like this, or hoping that he would, later in the ball game, keep his bat in the lineup.
Here's Jones, first and third, 2 down. Outside, 1-0. Boy, these fans are into it. What a great sight at Camden Yards. 29,000 plus. It's all back even at 8. Can Adam Jones get the Orioles the lead and hand the baseball over to Jim Johnson? Hardy's at third, Thome at first. Ball 2. Now, in case you're wondering, because in a spot like this, Hardy at third, he's the go-ahead run. Cook has thrown 4 wild pitches. That's a lot of wild pitches in 42 and a third innings. Hardy will have to be very alert. 2-0 on Jones. Strike call, borderline pitch, and Cook got the call. Adam doesn't agree, but he doesn't say anything.
No, very borderline.
Just blows a little bigger bubble. The bubble that comes that is protesting. You see the infield up the middle. Weeks is now shifting that way, and Hicks is deep in the hole at short. That one went inside, and he missed it. It's kind of amazing. I mean, the pitcher's got to pitch his game, but the prior pitch that Adam took, that's on the outer part of the plate. That's not defended on that side of the infield. Weeks is well up the middle, and yet the pitcher went out there. Outside, ball 3.
Well, they definitely follow the tendencies and the charts of, every count of a hitter, and most power hitters or middle lineup hitters hold true. It doesn't matter if they're pitched away. Some of the better hitters, depending on what the count is in the situation of the ball game, will go the other way. I bet if Adam Jones gets a pitch in the outer part of the plate.
And he fouled it back. That one ran in on his fists, but he was able to foul it off.
Yeah, you might see him go the other way if he stays out there now in this kind of a count.
96 miles an hour, and it rode in on his fists.
Took off, yeah. Well, the first swing and miss that Adam Jones had was that same type of fastball.
Thome will be off with the pitch. Hardy's not forced. He'll have to play it safe. 3-2 with 2 down. Game is tied. And he fouled it off. The pitch for strike 1 that Adam thought was a ball, that became Adam's information pitch. He may not have swung at that pitch there if not for that call. All he was doing there was protecting.
That's right. Got to fight him off. Know what the umpire is going to be calling. Pitch probably off the plate a little bit. Got to protect.
Fans have their rally caps on. They got their floppy hats on. They got their RBI leader at the plate. Inside. Oh, it hit him. It hit him. His right hand he was shaking. Bob Melvin wants the first base umpire to give a signal whether or not Jones swung at that pitch. Marvin Hudson said no, he did not.
Take a look at it right here. That same type of fastball.
Ooh, it was his elbow, not his hand at all.
Right on the elbow.
He was just shaking his hand to get some feeling back in there.
Yeah.
Hit the funny bone, and that's not funny. So here's Chris Davis. Bases loaded, 2 down. Outside, ball 1. These fans are doing everything they can to rattle Ryan Cook. Hardy, Tomei, Jones with Chris Davis, the 8th Oriole to bat here in the 8th, facing Ryan Cook. Late on the swing. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. He's never had a grand slam. Orioles would be happy with a single.
That's all it needs, just a base hit.
Chased the pitch that went outside, 1-2. That's what the velocity will do. The ball that moved in on Jones moved away from Davis.
Yeah, he has great action. Late action on that fastball, 96, 97 miles an hour.
1-2, bases loaded, 2 down. Line drive, base hit left field. The Orioles have the lead. Hardy scores. Tomei being sent. Here's the threat of the plate. He is out at the plate. Davis on a 1-2 pitch, a base hit to left field, and the Orioles have the lead. Hardy scored 3 RBI hits with 2 men down, and the Orioles now are 3 outs away from a win. Davis goes with it. He delivers. Johnson will come on for the save. The Orioles 3 outs away from a big win. On Masson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. And by Dodge. See your authorized Dodge dealer and experience a world of performance, design, and fuel efficiency. Schedule a test drive or go to dodge.com and check out our powerful lineup. Earl Weaver would have loved this game. A 3-run home run provided by Adam Jones, so we have that working. And the Orioles have mounted 2 comebacks, and now they're 3 Jim Johnson outs away from a real big win.
Yeah, Jim Johnson with the 30 saves, second fastest in O's history to do that, behind Lee Smith. Johnson got his 30th save in 95th game. Lee Smith in 87 games. But lefties hitting 223, righties 190 off Jim Johnson. Look at one of the best closers in the game right now.
Andy Chavez for defense, in for Chris Davis, who just gave the Orioles the lead. Cespedes takes ball 1. Cespedes, Carter, and Inge are due for Oakland in the 9th. They are all right-handed batters. Roller foul, 1-1. Here's an update on the voting for the AT&T Player of the Game, and a close race. Jones and Hardy. How about Davis? He's not even on the list. Still time to vote. A, B, or C to 31826. Tom and Rick have the results coming up on O's Extra Postgame. One and one on Cespedes. Inside, ball 2. Jim got in the game yesterday in a non-save opportunity because he had not worked since Sunday. And he did not allow a run, but he allowed a couple of hits. He's looking for his 31st save on the year. There's a strike, 2-2.
I'll tell you what, Jim Johnson threw that fastball inside, brushed Cespedes off the plate a little bit, set up that nice fastball in the outside corner.
Cespedes 1 out of 3. And a weak ground ball, diving stop by Reynolds. He throws to Johnson, who gets there ahead of Cespedes. 1 down. Outstanding play by Mark Reynolds. It was cued the other way, but he still got to it.
That was a great defensive play. Big. The timing of it, obviously being in the 9th inning. Pretty good reaction, diving play, and then from the knees. Made it look easy right there. Nice feed to Jim Johnson covering first.
Mark Reynolds has played so much better at first base than he has at third base. Maybe it's because at first base he just has to react.
I think so. Definitely more of a reactionary type player. And he's made a highlight film here in the last couple of weeks, some of the plays he's made over there.
Carter trying to tie it with one swing, swings through it. He homered in the first inning off Zach Britton. A little low, 1-1. The pitchers of record in this game are Troy Patton, who would get the win, and Cook, the closer, who would get the loss. Ground ball, base hit up the middle. So the Athletics are not going quietly. Carter's on with a 1-out single. But the key for Johnson was he got that first out. Got the ground ball, but he hit it right up the middle.
Well, the good news is that sinker ball's working right now. Good life to it, so a good opportunity for a ground ball double play.
Here's Brandon Inge, who is 1 out of 4 with an infield hit his last at bat. Fastball sails high, 1-0. Johnson has 4 saves and 5 save opportunities since the All-Star break. Ball 2.
Pretty good pitch.
The 2 saves he has blown on the year, the Orioles won both those games. One on the road at Fenway Park and the other here against the Tigers on Jim Palmer Day on July 14th. Ground ball towards third, that's foul. Betamit flips it in the stands for a souvenir. There's Chris Davis, got the go-ahead hit. RBI single. Tomei then was thrown out at the plate to end the inning. Tomei was out by 30 feet. And Davis has a 2 RBI night. 49 on the year. Breaking ball missed somewhere. 3-1. Inge was badly fooled on that pitch.
Well, it just tells you how much they gear up to try to hit that sinker that he throws 95 miles an hour. That was just a, if he could have just thrown it as a get me over breaking ball, which I'm sure he tried to do.
Ground ball towards the hole, base hit, left field. So the tying run is now at second. The go ahead run on at first with 1 down. Johnson has now allowed 2 hits in each of his last 3 appearances. There have been now a total of 25 hits in this game. The Orioles have 13, the Athletics have 12. And we're going to get a pinch runner now with the tying run in scoring position. Eric Sogard will replace Chris Carter at second base.
Well, this game is definitely being played like there's playoff implications. Both teams just continually battling back and forth.
Here's Derek Norris, who is hitless on the night. Ball 1. The Orioles have turned 7 double plays in the last 2 games. 4 yesterday, 3 the game before. They have not yet turned a double play in this game. A double play here would end it. Ball 2. Johnson missing high in the strike zone. Chris Davis looking on from the Oriole bench. There's a strike, 2-1. The good news about Jim Johnson, former starter, is he has a starter's repertoire. So he does have the ability, if something isn't working, to go to something else. 2-1 on Norris. Swing and a miss, 2-2. And then he's got that.
Yeah, that's nasty right there. I mean, that's his A pitch. That sinker, 94 miles an hour. He works that in the bottom of the zone. It is unhittable. It just takes off. See how hard it is just to even make contact with that pitch. Norris swings over the top.
From 2-0 to 2-2 on Derek Norris. And a bouncer towards first. It is over the head of Reynolds in the right field, a base hit. And the Athletics are going to tie the game. A bad bounce base hit the other way by Derek Norris. And we are back even at 9-9. And now the Athletics have the go-ahead run at third, as reading it very well was Inge, and he didn't stop. 3 consecutive singles. Jim Johnson's 3rd blown save of the year.
Well, you see a lot of these off Johnson. Choppers right off the front of the mound, or the front of the home plate. And this one hits and just takes off out over Mark Reynolds' head. Good effort just off the tip of the glove there.
So now he's got to try to prevent the Athletics from getting the lead. There's still only 1 down. Here's Brandon Moss to pinch hit. Inside, ball 1. The shame of that base hit by Norris, it looked like it bounced right off the plate.
It did, right out in front. And I don't know how many times we've seen it this year where Johnson has given up those type of hits, those choppers, because he's such great sink action. Hitters just hit the top of the ball and they beat it into the ground. Well, if it's too hard, you're going to see balls bouncing over the infielders' heads like that. Runners on the corners, 1 down.
And it's low. This has been some incredible game. Back and forth, a lot of emotions. Looked like the Orioles had it with a lead and their closer coming on, but Oakland would not give in. 3 straight singles. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Managers have done all they could. The key for the A's, that out at the plate getting Tomei did not allow the Orioles an insurance run. At the time, it didn't look like much.
No, it was. Every run is obviously very valuable. You see where we are right now.
Ball 3. Each team has 9 runs on 13 hits. Johnson trying to prevent Oakland from getting the lead. There's the go-ahead run. Brandon Inge at third, talking to Mike Gallego, his coach. Norris is on at first. And the 3-2 is high, ball 4. Wow. 4 straight batters have reached off Jim Johnson.
Pretty uncharacteristic of Jim Johnson.
Rick Adair is going to come out and have a chat with Jim Johnson. With weeks coming up, what you have to be aware of, because there's only 1 out in the inning, is a squeeze. Even though his last at bat he failed in a sacrifice bunt attempt, he does have 5 sacks on the year. He's got a lot of speed. So that is something the Orioles will have to be very careful to guard against. There's nowhere to put Weeks. Johnson's got to go at him. Luis Ayala getting loose. There have been 2 RBI hits by Oakland in this game that have bounced in front of the plate and bounced in the right field. A triple by Reddick in the first, and the game-tying single by Norris here in the 9th. Orioles have the infield up close. Ball 1 high.
Well, knowing the speed of Weeks and obviously the situation of this ball game, if it's a medium hit ground ball or slower, they're probably going to come to the plate. If it's hit hard, they'll probably try to turn something up the middle, but I would think, well, Quintanilla is off second base quite a bit. Going to be hard for him to get over there.
Line to left field, down the line, a long run for Chavez. Can't get it. It's a base hit. 1 run is in as Inge scores, and the Athletics have the lead. 5 straight have reached against Jim Johnson.
Well, stayed aggressive on the fastball here. This pitch off the plate, just off the end of the bat. And Weeks stands there in the box for a little bit, wanting to know if it was going to be fair or foul. He didn't even start running until he saw that it stayed in fair territory.
Still only 1 out, and here is Coco Crisp. Foul straight down at the plate. So each closer in this game has blown a save. And the Orioles will now need a bottom of the 9th rally. And the Athletics are not done yet. Right now it's a 1-run game, 10-9. Chris doubled his last at bat. I guess it was inside. Looked like it had the plate.
Well, there have been a couple borderline calls for Jim. I just look back at that one pitch that Adam Jones had off the plate a little bit, 2-0 count, and he called it a strike. It was off the plate down and away, and Jim not getting any pitches.
Hard hit ball, base hit in the right field. Norris scores. Moss is coming home. He will score, and the Athletics with a 4-run inning on Jim Johnson. Athletics now lead at 12-9. 5 singles and a walk. So the Orioles now trail by 3, and there's still only 1 out in the inning. So Johnson will leave. He has suffered his 3rd blown save. And Luis Ayala will come on. He'll inherit 2 on and 2 down, with the Athletics now leading at 12-9 in the 9th. In the 9th, 6 have reached, 4 have scored. Ayala on a relief of Johnson.
Yeah, Luis Ayala in, probably not expecting to be in after one of the best closers in the game. Just got beat up a little bit in the 9th inning. But Ayala looking to get back on track. He's kind of had a rough spell as well. Lefty's hitting 247, righty's 272. Has that good sinker and looking to get back on track. Every opportunity's in there. Try to get something positive out of it. He did have a nice outing against Cleveland, but ended up pitching an extra inning and gave up a couple runs.
Weeks at second, Crisp at first. Good speed out there. Here's Smith, who has one of the big hits for Oakland in this game. Ayala spins and looks Weeks back. Seth Smith pinch hit in the 6th inning with the bases loaded and 2 down against Sokolovich, and delivered a 3-run double. Here's Jim Johnson on the Orioles bench. You don't often see what you just saw. Ayala misses inside, 1-0.
Well, the way this ball game's going, Ayala get him out of this inning. Let the Orioles bats go to work. Had a couple big innings, scoring 4 and 3.
There's a strike. Bent in there, 1-1. But that Coco Crisp base hit with those 2 add-on runs has made it 12-9. Check swing, and it's outside. Oakland has done a real good job in this game working the count. And they've also drawn 7 walks. And 6 of the walks have scored. And that ball's ripped to right field. Markakis will turn. It's off the scoreboard and ricochets by him. Weeks will score. Crisp will score. The throw comes back in, and there's a 2-run double. And the Athletics, with a 6-run 9th inning, now lead it 14-9. Seth Smith, who didn't even start, has a 5 RBI night.
Yeah, he delivers again. This pitch just up middle in the zone. He rips it off the wall. He hit it so hard it bounced back, and Markakis couldn't handle it, and Jones ended up fielding it in short right center field.
So that will close the book on Jim Johnson. All 6 runs in this inning charged to Jim in a third of an inning. And here's Josh Reddick. Oakland has batted around. A 6-run 9th inning.
And you see the frustration right there on Jim Johnson's face.
Reddick takes a strike. Smith with 5 RBIs, tying a career high, and he's done it in 3 at-bats. He only entered the game in the 6th inning. Broken bat fly ball to center for Jones. He's got it for the 2nd out. So Ayala allows 2 more inherited runners to score. He has struggled in that regard on the year, but in this case it was no choice. Jim Johnson's pitch count mounting there. Buck had to get him out of the game. Johnson threw 29 pitches and got 1 out. Cespedes began this inning robbed by Reynolds. And a big bouncer, another chopper. Ayala gloves, underhand toss to Reynolds, and there's your inning. But the Athletics send 10 men to the plate and explode for 6 runs. Bottom of the 9th coming up at Camden Yards.
Came back from a 5-0 deficit in the early stages of this game. The big question is, now can they come back from another 5-run deficit to end it?
Tom, it would not surprise me one bit the way things have gone tonight. The Orioles had a great comeback in the 8th inning to take the lead in this ball game. But now that Oakland has scored 6 runs in the top of the 9th, it's going to be a tough comeback, but it could happen.
Yeah, the Orioles had it unravel for them in the top of the 9th. Maybe they'll unravel for the A's in the bottom of the 9th. Let's go back upstairs to Jim and Mike.
All right, Tom and Rick, thanks so much. There's Jim Johnson. In a third of an inning, 6 earned runs on 5 hits. He walked 1. The walk also scored. And how about this for baseball being the best game, because you never know what might happen. Cuckoo came on in the 8th inning. He pitched a third of an inning, did not retire a batter. All 4 reached. The 1 out he got was Tomei out at the plate. He's in line for the win. Here's Blevins on to work the 9th.
Yeah, Cook in line for the win for sure. And Blevins up right now. He has been a lefty matchup guy, but he's pitched a lot of middle relief for the A's. Lefties hitting 197, righties 188. Righties are going to see pretty much fastball change, and the lefties the fastball slider combination. Nothing really overpowering, but can mix it up a little bit.
So Blevins will try to get 3 outs and end this. Brandon Moss is now at first base. They pinch ran for Carter. And Sogard, who also pinch ran for Carter, he's at short. Hicks and Carter are out of the game. Betemit, Reynolds, and Quintanilla for the Orioles in the ninth. Strike one. Each team now has used 6 pitchers in this game. Betemit fouls it back, and it's 0-2.
Quite an emotional ride for all the players on both sides. Both sides. A's, of course, getting off to that hot start, only to relinquish that lead. Orioles bounce back. It's a lot of ups and downs, a lot of emotions involved.
0-2 on Betemit as Blevins gets ahead. Strike 3 called.
Pretty good backdoor slider right here. Let's start away and come back over and catch that corner.
Here's Mark Reynolds, who is 0 for 3. He did draw a walk and scored in the 8th inning rally. Hard at ball, right to third and past the third baseman Inge. It took a funny bounce. Reynolds is on with one down.
Yeah, Inge kind of checking the dirt right now. Ball just kicks up to his left. Looked like he was in front of that ball and made a left turn on him. A lot of base runners out there. Field getting a little bit chewed up.
Here's Quintanilla. Big breaking ball for a strike. They've given Reynolds a single on that because of how hard it was hit. Inge almost certainly feels like he should have played it. Outside, 1-1 on Quintanilla. It's his third at bat in this game against a left-handed pitcher. He singled in the 6th. Actually, it's his second. No, it is his third. He faced Doolittle on the 8th. It was right the first time. There are 3 lefty relievers in that Oakland bullpen, and Quintanilla has seen all of them. Yep. They have a very balanced bullpen. 4 righties, 3 lefties. Now back 2-2. The Athletics have a 6-run inning, a 4-run inning, and a 3-run inning. The Orioles have a 4-run inning and a 3-run inning. And that's to right field, and that'll fall for a base hit. Quintanilla has a 2-hit game. Reynolds goes to second. Well, the 9th inning rally for the Athletics started with 1 out, nobody on. There's 1 out, nobody on here, and back-to-back hits. They still got to get 2 more outs.
That's right.
And if Teagarden could somehow get on, it would turn over the lineup to the top of the order. Teagarden singled and scored back in the 5th. Foul got a piece of the glove of the catcher Norris. Long night for the managers. Bob Melvin has seen his team blow 2 leads and then score 6 runs in the 9th. Off-speed pitch had him out in front. 0-2 on Teagarden.
Yeah, when they review this game in their heads, when they get back to the hotel room and go over all the situations that they've gone through in this ball game, man, oh man, it's going to drive them crazy. Think about the chances and the opportunities.
0-2 on Teagarden, 2 on and 1 out. And a roller foul past DeMarlo Hale. Tomorrow we're back with you, another night game. 7 o'clock, O's Extra presented by Jeep at 6:30, and then game coverage on both Masson and WJZ at 7 o'clock. The middle game of this 3-game series. Tommy Hunter goes against Bartolo Colon. Reynolds and Quintanilla on 0-2 on Teagarden. And it's high. Scribner and Miller are the only 2 relievers Oakland hasn't used tonight. Gregg, O'Day, and Strope, the only 3 the Orioles didn't use. Outside, 2-2. But the Orioles have an 8-man bullpen. Oakland has a 7-man bullpen. Ted Barrett hearing it from the Oakland bench. He keeps turning and looking over there. Bob Melvin's on the top step. He's been a hitter's umpire all night. 2-2, and he got him. Teagarden swings through it. And the Orioles are down to their final out.
Look at the fastball. Didn't get the call on the slider pitch before. So I'll try to spot my fastball. He does, right on the outside corner.
Now Markakis will try to keep it going. He's had a good night. He is 2 for 4. He's also walked and he has scored 3 runs. Breaking ball for a strike. Reynolds and Quintanilla on with 2 down. Markakis is swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Chris Davis had what looked like the game-winning hit in the 8th.
It was a great at bat.
Yeah, it was. They kept working him away, and he went that way with an RBI hit. Good take by Nick, 1-2. Jim Johnson, just his 3rd blown save of the year. He would take the loss. One and 2 on Markakis. Outside, 2-2. Bob Melvin wondering, is this game ever going to end with us in front? He had a 4-0 lead in the first before the Orioles even batted, and a 5-run lead early on. And foul ball at the plate. Nick barely got a piece of that to stay alive. Then they were up 8-6. Orioles went ahead 9-8, but now trail. And Markakis fouls it off. Nick about to see the 7th pitch in this at bat. Two on, 2 out, 2-2 on Markakis. And this ball's hit well to right field. Back and reaching up and making the catch is Reddick. He got it and bangs into the wall, and that's how the ball game ends. And Reddick is down. He takes a base hit away from Markakis, ends the game, and he is down and in pain. Coco Crisp is out there with him. The trainer and Bob Melvin now heading out.
He goes back, has a beat on it. He does not give up on. Oh, and exposes his whole body. He's in some pain.
Well, he is still down and unable to get up. His hand on his head. And the trainer looking at Reddick, Bob Melvin there as well. So the Orioles will strand 2 on here in the 9th inning. 2 more strikeouts. Markakis hit that ball well. Reddick made the game-ending catch and now is unable to get up off the ground.
Well, it looked like trainer Walt Horn was doing some eye tests. Maybe hit his head pretty hard on there.
Well, the Orioles scored 9 runs on 15 hits and lose this game. As Josh Reddick now at least sitting up. He did hold on to the ball. There's no doubt about it. He appears to be okay. And we hope you can join us tomorrow. Moros action, game 2 in the series. Tommy Hunter against Bartolo Colon. Our coverage begins at 6:30 on MASN with those extra presented by Jeep. And then game coverage at 7 o'clock on MASN and WJZ. And now for Mike Bordick, our entire hardworking crew, Jim Hunter saying so long from Camden Yards, where the Athletics win the opener by a final of 14-9. Today's telecast, a MASN presentation. Tom and Rico's Extra comes your way right now. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.